Alright, legends, welcome to another live stream. As per the disclaimer, I am not a financial advisor. This content is for educational purposes only and does not constitute financial advice. I encourage you to do your own research, and I'm simply sharing with you how I trade and approach the markets. Let me just find the right button over here. There we go. Remember to smash up that like button. Today is going to be a little bit of a long one. Okay, I know you guys like the long live stream, so try to do a little bit of both. Sometimes a little bit shorter, sometimes a video upload, sometimes a little marathon live stream. I hope you have your beer, your coffee, your tea, your water, whatever you are drinking. I know some people like Alex likes to make popcorn. Okay, I hope you have that ready because this is going to be a long one. Nice and relaxed. I want to see if I can catch a nice little juicy trade. Okay, guys, and remember when I say trade, when I say I am going to trade, is me. Okay, I'm simply sharing with you how I trade and approach the markets. You do you. I am not responsible for your cash. Just please, guys. Okay, you cannot blame me for your losses, and you also can't blame me for your wins, right? And well, anyways, let's get the party on the road. What is the price of Bitcoin going to do over here? As per the title, it is at a crucial decision moment, and I will explain that a little bit here on the higher time frame. For those of you that did take this long trade that I highlighted on Sunday, I think it was on Sunday if I'm not mistaken, well done. This should not be a losing trade. This should be a winning trade, depending on how you managed it. What I can tell you is if I was in this trade, my position would be protected. Okay, no more stop loss. I would have taken profits here to the upside, especially, okay, if you struggle. I'm not saying all of you struggle, just a little bit, a trick of the trade, I suppose. If you struggle to know where to take profits, you can use your Fibonacci tool, guys. Okay, especially here for the D-line strategy. I know some community members really love the D-line strategy because it's simple to trade and it gives you a little bit of time to plan your trade as well. Okay, it does give you a bigger stop loss. Okay, you just need to manage your position size. But you can use your Fibonacci, okay, as profit-taking areas. Maybe, okay, depending on the rules of your trades, maybe you take 10% over there. Maybe you take another 20%, 25%, and you TP yourself out of the position when the Fibonacci levels gets hit. Okay, so if you don't know where to take profits and you're struggling to read price action from a resistance and a support perspective, whether you're shorting or longing. I did not take this trade, and it often happens that I do share a trade that other people take, but I don't take it because I didn't want to trade over the weekend. I was busy with other things. Excuse me. So I did not take this trade, but it doesn't matter, guys. It really doesn't matter because capital preservation for me is just as important as making some gains. Okay, so there is a specific trade that I am waiting for. And I also highlighted this short, okay? I also highlighted that short and a little bit further up the 786. And I said, guys, before I went to bed, I said, keep an eye on those two levels, okay? Price was here. I said, if price does not reject at the 0.618, I was a little bit skeptical about the 0.618. I wanted price to push higher, and I'll explain why. These two levels to me looked more interesting than the 0.618. Guys, I'm going to be here for a while. Okay, we're going to go through the daily time frame. Well, I'm going to go through the daily time frame. Going to go through a 4-hour time frame, 2-hour, 1 hour, 15-minute, and hell, we might even jump into the 1-minute, 5-minute time frame to see if I can, okay, catch a little scalpy trade here back to the upside or to the downside. Okay. These two specific trades, there's a long and a short that I'm waiting for. Okay, and today might be that day that I'm going to catch one of them. Today might be that day. Okay, so remember to smash up that like button if you haven't done so already. Let me say hi to the community. Just bring this back up. Ricktai63, Lord Devil, hello Devil. Welcome to the live stream. Hi Legends. Hi Devil and Legends. Here comes the boss. Mr. Timo, hello, welcome to the live stream. Andy is no bear. I see you inside of the community as well. Let's get the harmonic on play. Yes, that is still a scenario that, well, I would love for that harmonic to play out. That will be an epic trade, but the market doesn't always give us what we want. We have to trade what the market gives us. And that is a little bit of the conundrum, but I'm ready for if price gets there. I will be ready for that trade. Okay, and that's why I'm saying capital preservation for me is also more important than just forcing a trade, because I will be ready for that trade. Legend, Backman, yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, man. Welcome to the live stream. Hi, Legend, stream liked on the way in. Excited for the next lecture with the favorite professor. Welcome to the live stream, man. Which way? That's the question. Which way? But I am ready for a short and I'm ready for a long. Okay, and I will share that in the technical analysis today. Remember, guys, I'm going to take it a little bit easy. There's going to be breaks in between. Oh, man. I'm also working on a little project. Maybe I'll share a little bit, a secret source, okay, on a secret project that I'm working on to make these live streams a little bit more entertaining. Okay. I unfortunately do not have the skill to work on this project myself, so I've outsourced it and now I have to wait. I have to wait. Okay, anyways, maybe I'll share some of the secret project that I'm working on, Mr. Wick. I'm bringing Mr. Wick to life. Okay, hello legends, Pac-Man, great theme music. Is this still your brother's work? Yes, it is still my brother's work. All the music that you currently still hear on the live streams and is my brother. I suppose he literally phoned me the other day and he's like, hey brother, I'm bored. Can't I make you another song? I was like, hell yes. Whenever you're bored, just make me more songs. I don't care. Okay, I put them on in the background when I'm trading. Good morning from Iran. Nice music. Like button smashed. Thank you so much, Nico. Always appreciate the moderators helping out with the comment section. One of the best technical analysts. Respect. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. I like to think, and you guys, I mean, you open to your own view and your own interpretation. I like to think it's not my technical analysis that's great. I like to think what keeps me in the game is my execution and my risk management. Yes, you need to know some technical analysis in order to place a trade, but it's risk management, I think, that has kept me profitable as a trader. Is this trance music? Yeah. Did you make money? Yes. Did you make money, whether you were right or whether you were wrong? That's always what I like to say. Did you make money? How are you doing, Devold? Guys, I'm going to take it easy. Okay, I'm going to go through comments. Please don't get frustrated. I'm going to get to everything, but I'm going to focus a lot on comments today, interacting with you, the community, because I'm going to be here for a while. And I just can't. I can't just use brain power the whole time, because then, I'm going to start tripping over my words and saying stupid things. So I need to pace myself. Okay, I've got my drink. I'm not sure if any one of you know what type of drink this is, but in South Africa, it's called a speelbingetjie. Mr. Cyril, if you're in the live stream, you know exactly what I mean. Okay, smash that like button. Hi, Devilton Legends. Ulifeed, welcome. We have the best community ever. Yes, we do have the best community ever. I wasn't as active as I wanted to be yesterday in the community. Although I was still active, I just wasn't feeling great. Yesterday, I don't know, something wasn't lacquer with my body, so I needed to give it a little bit of a rest, and I didn't do any trading yesterday. I just didn't feel like trading yesterday. Didn't feel 100%, but I still provided some updates to the community from a analysis perspective and interesting zones where I'm looking for shorts. Okay. I hate you for winning all the trades last week. I didn't win all the trades, okay? I hate you for winning all the trades last week. I didn't win all my trades. Actually, I got stopped out of my trade on Friday, and I didn't take another trade yet. So I want to make that cash back. Okay, the $963, I want to make that cash back. So you guys can see my last trade was on the 14th of August, on Friday. Was it on Friday? Anyways, it was on the 14th of August, okay, whichever day that was. And I want to maybe today put a little bit of green on this sheet. These are, I see Andy's now starting to do the same. He's basically going back into his trading history and updating this journal for himself as well, so that he can share with everyone all the trades that he's taken, the losses, the wins along the way. And so just in light of transparency, I suppose, okay. So I want to put a little bit of green on the sheet, okay? And I want to specifically trade on 2bit, because 2bit has a competition running at the moment, okay? The link should be down in the description. Let me just check. Otherwise, I'll pin it in the comments. Yes, there's the link for the competition. I'm not sure if it's going to sign me in. Okay, it's just taking a while to load up, guys. But basically, that's the link where you can register to join the competition. And we're trading, I think, for a pool. There's a winning pool of $3 million, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, I'll just need to confirm that. Anyways, guys, that is the link. It doesn't want to load for some reason for the 2-bit competition. And as always, guys, you know, these are the exchanges that I trade with at the moment. These are the exchanges that I trade with. Bluffin, which is my favorite. And the reason Bluffin is my favorite, guys, is the UI is just amazing. It just makes my trading so much easier. Okay, but I do trade for different purposes on different accounts. Okay, so because I already have a short and a long running on Bluffin, not really interested to place a fresh trade because it's going to mess up the trades that I'm in at the moment. So 2-bit is nice and fresh. I just need to make sure that I'm signed in, and then we can see if I can catch that long and short that I'm looking for today. Okay, Albert, welcome live streams. Hello legends, let's go. Hello brother, been busy on a course. Cool man, but welcome to the live stream. I'm not sure, Pac-Man, if you're going to be able to stay for five hours. That's my aim. I'm going to try and be here for 5 hours. Okay, maybe 4. Not sure if I'm going to be pushing for 6. We'll see how it goes, guys. It depends on the likes. It depends on the interaction. Okay, and then I'll make a choice whether I want to stay or whether you guys still want me here. Okay, because I know some of you have full-time jobs. You can't stay the whole time. Completely understandable. But then I see those die-hard people that are here from the beginning up until the end when I say goodbye. Well done, well done. Okay, hi Devil, I'm from Sri Lanka. Wish you all the best. Welcome to the live stream, man. You never told us who you were having a beer with. I think that person did share it inside of the community yesterday. So go check it out, Mr. Nico. Go check it out. It was Mr. A Trader. I suppose I can say it now because he said it. I told Mr. A Trader, if you want everyone to know who you are welcome to go and announce it. And he did announce it yesterday. So it was Mr. A Trader I had a beer with on Saturday. Okay. Because of the disclaimer, will we get a trade in the stream? We'll see, guys. Price is not there yet. I will explain during the technical analysis where I'm looking for the trade. We won a lot. It was A Trader. There we go. Morning all. Hi legends. Devil, do you see the structure similar to 108k consolidation before a breakout to all-time high in October? We can go check that out. Hallo Grootman. Sidekicker. Welkom. Die hard. I need $100 more and I can join your Telegram. Almost there. Okay. I'm sensing as my target 67. Okay, breakout. So you're basically speculating on upwards momentum. Hi Devil, the greatest teacher in the game. Another day of appreciation. Money beam. Absolute pleasure, man. Knew it. Let's go. Haha, good to know. Right, guys. Okay, let's not just talk. Let's do a little bit of technical analysis. The first thing that I would like to do is congratulate the legends, the community that did take the trade, which is now in profits. So I know that a lot of the trades that I often share, I don't take, but then the community members takes those trades with great risk management and execution, sharing their money shots inside of the community. So this was shared on Sunday because price was, this was Sunday. Okay. Price was here when I shared this trade. Stop loss was here because that low wasn't there yet. Price retested the trend, broke to the upside. I updated the community. I said, well, if I took this trade, I would have de-risked the position. Because there's, guys, and this is how I manage risk. When I see a low like that and price pushes to the upside, there's an extremely high probability that if price turns around, okay, and it comes back, it's going to take that low. So why have that stop loss if I can have that stop loss based on probabilities? Okay, and now that price has pushed more here to the upside, well, that is where I would have de-risked the position. And obviously taken profits here to the upside. I mean, look at that nice little beautiful rejection from the double top. Okay, double top or the 0.7, which was These two levels were the levels that I highlighted last night before I I went to bed. Okay, and then price got a rejection at the 0.7 Fibonacci. By the way, guys, the reason that 0.7 was so significant, and I forgot to include it in my update or in my screenshot yesterday. Let me just open up the community. I just want to drag this in. So that was the harmonic that I shared. This is basically where I shared the trade. This was 9 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, where I basically said, well, there's a chance for a triangle. Definitely a long opportunity. There was massive bullish CVD as well. Okay, basically just trade. You're basically trading that little speculative D wave up back to the upside. Okay, and this is more or less where price is now at the moment. Okay, maybe it's going to fall down, create, can you guys see this? Create the E and then break out to go to $69,000, $70,000. This is definitely one of the scenarios that I'm going to discuss today. Okay, and then last night before I went to bed, I mean, obviously there was a lot of updates as the structure was unfolding. Not always easy to analyze the structure as it's developing, and it only starts making sense towards the end. So a lot to talk about today. But as you can see, okay, 7:30 last night, those were the two levels that I highlighted. I want to see a swing failure above the double pivot. And if you want to have a better entry, look at the 0.7, because a lot of people don't have that level. I love the 0.7 because I know a lot of people don't have it. Okay, and it enables you to get a better entry instead of waiting for the acceptance back below the 0.618, and then you have a bigger stop loss. Okay, and what was also significant about the 0.7 that I forgot to highlight yesterday here in the community is that there was also a 1 hour order block. Just forgot to switch on the 1 hour order block. So you can see here on the 1 hour time frame, 1 hour order block, 0.7 swing from the highs. Okay, so whether you caught it there or whether you caught it here, it was still a great entry. Okay, and depending on how you manage the trade, it should be a winning trade. If you're going to get, well, I can only speak for myself. If I'm going to get stopped out of this trade with a loss, then I didn't manage my risk properly. And that's just my style of trading, because that would have already been a profitable trade for me. Okay, depending on how I caught this little entry over here. I did not take this trade, guys. I was not feeling well yesterday, so I didn't do any trading yesterday. But if I did see this, okay, and I was feeling well and I was in front of my PC, I would have most likely taken that trade. Right, but I did see a lot of the community members did jump into the trade, so congratulations. I see some of you took the long, some of you took the short as well, hedging against the long, so congratulations. Okay, and obviously executed with great risk management. Remember, if you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community, because that is where the action happens. Yes, I'm going to be on YouTube today for a little bit longer, but I'm not always here, guys. Sometimes I'm here for 30 minutes. Sometimes I'm here for an hour. Sometimes I do a 5-minute video upload. Okay, sometimes I'm not on YouTube, but I do like to spend my time inside of the community, especially when a high probability trade becomes available. Okay, then I will just let people know I am taking the trade. This is how I am taking the trade. I either get stopped out, I update my journal, or it's a running trade. Like the bluffing trades are still running at the moment. I'm not sure if you guys can, yes, you guys can see that. Okay, I'm still positioned in the short, and these trades were shared inside of the community. Okay, I'm still in the short. This short was actually from a little bit higher up. And then I shared inside of the live stream, the YouTube live stream. Well, because I can see an impulse here to the downside, if price is going to continue to the downside, I want to maximize my profits. Okay, for the long, if price is going to form that, if price is going to form that A, B, C, D, E, that low and that low should not be taken. So theoretically, I can now move my stop loss back up. Okay, I'll explain it now. In the triangle, this new low should not be claimed. If price is going to continue momentum to the upside, that low should not be claimed, so it makes sense for me to have a protected position with my stop below that low, not this one anymore. Okay, because there's a high chance if that low is going to get claimed, it's going to smack these lows as well. Basically how I explained that long trade also. Okay, so no new trades for me here on Bluffin. One of these two, basically guys, one of these two trades needs to be stopped out. And then I'll be looking for a new one. Whether that's the short or the long, I don't know what's going to happen. The market is unpredictable, but I can do my best as a technical analyst to have a plan ready. That's basically all you can do as a technical analyst, is you can have Elliott wave scenarios that predicts certain directions and probabilities whether it's going to take a go up, but it shows you what price can do. A great technical analyst will always have a bullish and a bearish case scenario. And the best technical analyst will have a plan ready at all those levels, so that when price gets there, you know how to execute the trade. Not, oh shit, I didn't expect this, now I don't know what to do. Okay, and that's why it's always important for me to have a bullish and a bearish case scenario. And when price gets to one of those areas, I have a plan ready for execution. Okay. So nothing much here to do on my Bluffin account. In fact, yeah, nothing here to do at the moment. I wanted to close it, but I still want to talk about a couple of things here. So let me just delete the scribble. And by the way, guys, they are both in profits. Okay, the short was not a big position size for me, so that's why I also added to my entry that is still protected, because I want to maximize profits to the downside if it does fall, okay, to $59,000. That is definitely a possibility. Okay, right. So if you want to be part of the community where 99% of these trades were shared, guys, and it's not all winning trades, okay, but it's I try to keep the wins bigger than the losses. When I say I try, that is what I need to do as a technical analyst and a trader. Okay, as a trader, I have to see how little can I lose when I'm wrong, okay, and how much can I make when I'm right, because that is how you stay profitable. And that is how I approach the markets, and that is how I trade the markets, is that when I'm wrong and the unexpected happens, how little can I lose? And when I'm right, how hard can I milk it? Okay, but it still goes through the process of managing my risk. And myself and Andy, for those of you that are joining the live stream that's never heard or seen me before, myself and Andy are partners here on this channel. So sometimes he goes live, sometimes I go live. We both look after the community. We are coaches inside of the community. We are very active inside of the community. We have other coaches as well, like Dylan. We have Rudy. We have Joan. We have Joy. We have, sorry guys, and if I leave someone out, I sincerely apologize, but we have really experienced technical analysts and traders inside of our community. Some of them are not the best analysts, but they are great traders. Some of them are, I don't know how to say it the other way around, but it's risk management and trading that is the most important. Okay, and some of them are great analysts and great traders. Right, so we do have some very experienced people inside of our community, and you know, it's for people that really take this seriously. You're going to have to put in the work. You're going to have to put in the risk management exercises. You're going to have to backtest your strategies. You're going to have to perfect and master a trading strategy. You're going to have to surround yourself with like-minded people. You want to bounce your ideas around. Okay, that's what I like to use communities in the past when I used to belong to communities when I started out. It's just to have someone to bounce ideas around, like-minded people. Okay. And that is where you can send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay, so for those of you that did take the long and the short, congratulations. Okay, now before I get off where price is at the moment, where am I looking for the long and where am I looking for the short, and then I can go into the higher time frames just to show everyone what I'm looking for from a higher time frame perspective. And this is why I'm saying that in the worst case scenario, I still see that harmonic pattern playing out that I've already shared inside of the community, and I've also spoken about it yesterday in my live stream. Worst case scenario, okay, with the highest probability is price sweeps these damn lows, okay, and it goes to $59,000, $58,000. I just need to confirm that number, but it still creates a higher low, okay. And I will share with you why I'm saying that on the higher time frame, because I have to consider the higher time frames as well to see, well, from a directional bias perspective, what can I expect? Is a capitulation in order? Does it carry high probability? Okay, what carries higher probability? Okay, and that's what I want to discuss a little bit. I'm going to be here for a while, so I want to look at the daily time frame as well. So before I jump onto the higher time frames, well, I'm just going to keep it simple, guys. I'm looking for a short at the weekly level. Okay, in confluence with a 0.786. Basically, I'm looking for price to make a lower high and not take that high. And I'm looking for the short over here. And if I don't get the short over here, then I'm happy to miss the short because I missed this one. So if price, okay, finds its feet back up, this is where I'm looking for the short. And if price pierces this level aggressively, I will even consider an SFP from the 0.886 because I know in a triangle, price can get very close to the high but not claim it. Okay. Highest, don't really want to go into Elliott wave theory because then I'm going to spend too much time here. Where am I looking for a little scalp long? I'm actually way more interested in the short than the long, but depending on where price goes, okay. Let me just clean this up, okay. Where am I looking for the long? It's basically okay, I'm just going to keep it there. I'm looking for the long if price gets there at the 0.5. So if price comes down here and bounces and I see that reaction, price pierces the level, it starts trading back above, okay, and there's a nice little trend forming over there. I can play the breakout or I can play the SFP. So that's the long that I'm looking for to play this momentum to the upside, and this is the short I'm looking for to play momentum back to the downside. It's as simple as that. That's it. That's my plan. Okay. And once I've finished with a higher time frame analysis, I'll show everyone what I see here from an Elliott wave perspective. That gives me probabilities or adds to the probability of looking for a long here and a short over here. Okay, because it's not just all about Elliott wave theory, guys. Okay, it's about, well, where's resistance? There's a weekly level. I can exercise a short from a level that I have. There are, unfortunately, before I say that, let's go to the daily time frame. I just want to make sure that I have all my levels. Okay, so let me just make sure that I have my daily levels switched on. Yep, there's a fresh daily level that I don't have. So I want to use my magnet. I want to clone this level. Oops, it's locked. Let me unlock it. There's a fresh daily level. Okay, weekly levels I think is all still fine. You can see where I've got the weekly levels. Basically, that's where I'm looking for the short. I have an alarm set on the level already. And I like to set alarms on my daily and weekly levels. Okay. So if I'm not in front of the chart, at least I get a notification on my phone when one of those alarms go off. Okay. I just want to make sure that I have all my point of controls, because I didn't see anything yesterday from a point of control perspective. Let's check if there's anything there today. Yes, there is a point of control from yesterday. I will definitely consider an SFP from that, because I know that this can form a larger corrective structure. Anyways, I'll explain that in a moment. Okay, I want to switch on my point of controls, and I might have to grab a level here from upstairs because there's no fresh levels here. Let me clone that level. What are you doing? Okay. Yeah, I can switch off the magnet. I don't need the magnet for that one. Point of control from yesterday. So basically what that point of control means, for those of you that don't know, is that yesterday, okay, this is where the most amount of volume was traded. Great. Definitely a level that I can pay attention to. Have the daily level a little bit further down, and we have the weekly level a little bit further up. So this by itself, without knowing anything about Elliott wave theory, guys, and I know I'm always hammering on this thing, without Elliott wave theory, you don't need Elliott wave theory, because you don't. Well, I didn't need Elliott wave theory to trade. It's something that I learned afterwards when I already had a successful trading strategy. Okay, D-line strategy, swing failure strategy, range high, range low. I knew all of that before I knew Elliott wave theory. I was already trading successfully. But being the person that I am, I just wanted to see how deep the rabbit hole goes. I want to know as much as I can about trading. And then my brother actually introduced me to Elliott wave theory. Hey, Devil, did you see this dinosaur with the fins on its back? That's how he started the conversation. If you guys don't know which dinosaur I'm talking about, maybe you can post it inside the comment section. But there's a little dinosaur, and I often make jokes about him, that has those fins on the side, on the back of his back, that looks like Elliott waves. And that is how my brother introduced me to Elliott wave. And he just said, did you see that the market moves in waves? And it kind of like, it's not exactly the same, but it looks like it's repeating. It's repeating. It looks like the dinosaur with the fins on the back. And that's how I got into Elliott wave theory. And then someone told me, don't even bother. It's the most difficult thing you're going to struggle. The best traders in the world even struggle with Elliott wave theory. Now, don't tell me that I can't, because then I'm going to. Okay, so I wanted to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, and that is why I studied Elliott wave theory, because I was just like, man, it can't be that difficult. Yes, it was difficult in the beginning, but you soon start grasping the concepts. The more you hear other people talk about it, the more you see it, the more you read it, the more it starts making sense. The more you practice it, obviously, as well. Okay, so I don't need Elliott wave theory. Based on my swing failure strategy, I know that that's a level I can pay attention to. So without knowing anything about Elliott wave theory, I know that I can wait for that level to be smacked, and depending on the reaction, I can trade a swing failure pattern or strategy. So that is a shorting opportunity, that is a longing opportunity, and that is a longing opportunity. And that's how simple it is. That's how I used to trade when I traded swing failure patterns. Okay, I'm waiting for one of those three levels to get smacked. And when price gets there, I will look at the reaction and then decide whether I want to enter the trade or not. Because then you have to have rules built around it. Do you see the reaction? Is it closing 15-minute, 1-hour candles above? What does the probability say during your backtesting? What did you see? Okay, those are some of the things that then kick in. Okay. It actually sounds stupid when I say this, guys. It looks stupid when I'm saying, like, so maybe this is the live stream. I have 3 levels, and I'm looking for a long at 2 of them, and I'm looking for a short at 1 of them. Maybe that's it. Okay, and then we're going to stare at the chart for 5 hours until one of those levels gets hit. If not, I'll continue tomorrow. Okay, and I suppose that's what makes Elliott wave theory so interesting for me, because now I can start doing predictions. I can see how price could potentially move in the future, and if it does move in that way, I know how to trade it. Now that's what makes Elliott wave theory interesting for me, is that it's the only predictive tool that we have in trading is Elliott wave theory. Yes. Now there's a scenario 1 and a scenario 2. You don't know which one's going to play out, but then they have invalidation. So you can start eliminating some scenarios until you're like, okay, now I see there's only 2 left. If it does that, I'm going to short that puppy. And if it does that, I'm going to long that bad boy. Okay. And then I combine it with my trading strategies. Right, legends. So that is basically where I'm looking for the trade. So before I go to the daily time frame, just to wrap it up over here. So one scenario, and there are a couple of scenarios that could potentially play out here, is that, okay, I'm just going to freestyle it here, guys. This is an ABC. It's a 3-wave structure. For the moment, based on current price action, it's still a 3-wave structure. It's not a 5-wave structure yet. So based on current price action, remember what I said yesterday as well. Based on current price action, okay, the probabilities are still higher for price to take that low, unless the structure can form a 5-wave impulse. Okay, so what I would like to see is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to see a 5-wave move to the upside. It's difficult for me to count a 5-wave structure there, but I need to consider it. What if this is a 1, 2, 3, and now it's forming 4 and it goes up for 5? But it gives me the same trading opportunity, whether it forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or whether it forms an A, B, C in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's the same trading opportunity. The only difference is in a 5-wave move, it's going to 3-wave down and continue back to the upside. If it's a C, it's going to end and fall down. But I can trade that at a bare minimum. Worst case scenario, I can trade the retracement. Best case scenario, I leave a runner and price continues to the downside. And that's why the short for me looks so interesting. Is there a scenario where price can claim the high? Yes, okay, but I want to talk about what's locally the closest to price action. I can talk about levels that are more to the upside. I can talk about levels that are more to the downside. But based on where price is now, that is the closest level. This is the closest level from a naked point of control, and that is the closest level, okay? But based on where price is now, this is where I want to trade. I'm not going to speculate now on trading up here or trading down here from a day trading perspective. Okay, so I just want to address one quick question. Someone or people in the community keep on asking, Daryl, is the harmonic pattern that you spoke about yesterday or a Sunday inside of the community still valid? Yes, it's still valid. Okay, so let's go to the 2-hour time frame. I'm going to come back to this harmonic pattern. I just quickly want to explain something. As long as price forms a lower high, whether it's here or whether it's here, but it needs to form a lower high against that high. So even if price takes that high, but it still forms a lower high, the harmonic is still valid. If price takes the high, I'm not going to look at that harmonic anymore. Just to keep it simple. So as long as price forms a lower high, that harmonic is still valid. I just wanted to answer that question because I saw there was a couple of people that asked that question in the community. As long as price forms a lower high in this zone compared to that high, the harmonic is still valid for me. Okay. I know that you do get harmonics that extend. They do that. Okay, but let's just keep it simple. The most common harmonic patterns forms a lower high that I've seen on Bitcoin. The most common ones, the BAT, the Gartley, and those are basically the two that I'm looking at the moment. I see them play out often, especially on larger time frames on Bitcoin and Ethereum. Okay, because if price is going to form a higher high, it needs to extend a little bit further. I think it needs to be the 1.618. I will bring out the sheet and we can see, well, where can it extend to for price still to come and take this low. But I don't want to just, guys, I want to talk about the levels here. Okay, I want to trade these levels. Okay, now I want to go to the comms section. I want to go through the comment section, and then I'm going to look at the daily time frame. Okay, let's clean up the kitchen. Let's go to the daily time frame. Let me go through some comments, and then I want to explain to everyone what I see here on the daily time frame. Okay, I basically want to explain why do I keep on saying that there's a higher probability for price to take that high before it takes the low. That's basically what I'm saying. And if it does, worst case scenario, if price does take the low, I don't see a capitulation with high probability. It's most probably going to sweep the low and move back up. Highest probability scenario is that price takes the high. Whether it comes back down first, takes the high. Whether it sweeps the low, takes the high. Whether it moves up from here, takes the high. There's a higher probability for price to take that high before it takes the low or capitulate to the downside. Okay, and I want to explain why I see that. And it's not because I'm biased. It's based on technical analysis. Okay. So let me go through some comments. Remember, guys, there will be breaks along the way. I need to pace myself. Okay. Is it still 50-50 chance up or down at this point? Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it's a 50-50 chance depending on how the structure develops locally. And I will explain that again on the 15-minute time frame. You remember when I spoke about the 5-wave structure? Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. Okay, I just want to quickly jump back here onto the 15-minute time frame. If price forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's an increased probability for price to retrace and continue back to the upside. If price, even if it sweeps this low, there can still be an ABC. A, B, C. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in your C wave. This can still be a 3-wave structure and price falls down. But there's still a chance for a higher low, and I will explain that now because that's the triangle idea. There's still a chance, a slim chance for a higher low, even if it's a 3-wave structure, and for price to continue based on the triangle scenario that I will share in a moment. Okay, but the simplest way for me to explain it is when I see a 5-wave move to the upside, I become very interested in longs. When I see a 3-wave move to the upside, I become very interested in shorts for price to take the low. I also don't need to know Elliott wave theory to understand 3-wave and 5-wave structures. By the way, if you want to simplify Elliott wave theory, you can just say, well, I'm looking for something that looks like a 3-wave structure, and I'm looking for something that looks like a 5-wave structure. Okay, you don't need to know the W, X, Y, and the triangle, and the this and the that. Okay, and when it's confusing and you can't make sense of the structure, just leave it. There is going to be a structure that makes sense for you. Because I remember this one. Do you remember when price was trading here? And I told everyone that looks like a 3-wave structure. Where's 4? Where's 5? There's no 4 and 5. Probabilities when price was trading here is higher. Okay, I think price here tapped a 0.9. Do you guys remember the live stream that I did here? People were playing the breakout. I said I'm not taking the trade based on the 3-wave structure, based on the probabilities to take the low. I saw the breakout. I just didn't want to take the trade. The risk to reward didn't make sense for me. I saw the 3-wave structure to the upside. I didn't feel like trading the longs. I was more interested in shorts. Okay. And then price took the low because there's a 3-wave structure up, increased probability to take the low. At the moment, this structure is a 3-wave structure. For the moment, there's an increased probability to take the low unless the structure forms a 5-wave structure. There's a high amount of volume in this move. which I can label a wave 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would still classify that, by the way, as a, because I want to see a 1, 2, 3, bigger 4, just because that's a massive 4, guys. It's a massive 4, then 5. Or 1, 2, 3, that looks better, 4, 5. Anyways, I will get back into the smaller time frame in a moment. Let me go back to the daily, go through some more comments. I just quickly wanted to answer your super chat. Okay. Right. Let me just click on the right button over here. Pac-Man, yeah, Pac-Mate. Yes, I saw Pac-Man in the comment section. Gerald, I took that book which you suggested. Great, man, great. It's Elliott Wave Principles. I keep on forgetting the name. The book is literally right next to me on my bedside. I always forget the name of the book. Okay, Elliott is subjective. Too much possibility. Yeah, I know. But guys, and I can only speak for myself, and Andy can only speak for himself. When I learned Elliott wave theory in the beginning, I thought at some point I thought, like you said now, there's too many probabilities, too many possibilities. Let me just throw it in the bin. It's not worth it. And then you give it another go, and then you give it another go, and then you start understanding the structures. You start understanding the Fibonacci levels for the structures. You start understanding the probabilities for each structure. High probability structures, low probability structures. And then when that all starts clicking and making sense, and guys, this takes years. This doesn't happen in a month or 2 months or 3 months. It took me 2-3 years to learn this properly. Once the moment came where it clicked, it really, really helped with my profitable win rates. It positively contributed towards my win rate. My win rate, yes. Okay. Is the Koens new Elliott Wave tool worth it? I'm not sure. I see Koens launched a new Elliott Wave tool that he's using for his trading. I don't know if it's worth it. I haven't tried it. I like TradingView. It's got everything that I need. Devil, what we need to see at the level to take the short? Is it enough just to tap the weekly level? Yeah, Ales Zerba, 1988. I did actually make a video on how I trade swing failure patterns, which I shared inside of the community. Let me see. It should still be there. We have a knowledge vault, where I keep on adding some stuff depending on what the community wants to see. That's where I shared the harmonic patterns on Sunday, how to use order flow, and how I trade an SFP. I've added, basically this was recorded live on YouTube when I took that trade. That trade was taken live on YouTube right there. That's where I took it. And I just basically clipped it. That's where I took the short. That was an SFP trade that I took. And I recorded it and I said, if anyone asks me again, how do you trade a swing failure pattern? Well, there you go. Okay, go watch the video. Okay, how to place daily levels, weekly levels, point of controls, how to trade the D-line strategy. And obviously I will keep on adding. I only recently created this folder, guys, so I'm going to add more to it as time goes by, depending on what are the most obvious questions. So if you are inside of the community, okay, go here and check out these videos, okay, and the templates. Right, and if you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Here's my Telegram. Send the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community. Right, because this is where the action happens. Okay, I do see Andy is inside of the community today, sharing some analysis and what he sees here on the price. And Okay, but first what I want to do is just finish, wrap up some comments, and then I'm going to talk about the daily time frame. Doom, doom, doom. Bearish and bullish CVD on the 15-minute time frame. I can go and check that out. Yo, hello, dear Volt. Joan, welcome to the live stream, man. Mr. Joan is also inside of our community. Simon is inside of our community. Mr. Simon, welcome. Oh, well, we have a lot of community members here watching the live stream as well. Okay. Hi, dear Volt. You just said you would explain why capitulation isn't the most probable. You've been saying that for about 3 weeks. Why is it ready? Time, structure, price. I'm going to get to that. That's exactly what I want to explain now. For the people that has been following me for a while, they know exactly what I'm about to say because I have spoken about it before. I just haven't touched on it yet because the daily time frame moves very slowly. Okay, but I will touch on it today, right now, after the comments. Okay, it's almost done. 4 years watching Andy, and I only know wave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or ABC. I often skip the WXY part. It doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't matter if you do know it or don't know it, as long as you have a strategy that you've back tested and your execution is on par, you have your risk management in place, you don't need to know more than that. Okay. Hi, Dale. Recently joined the community and it has been a fun ride so far. Mife Pristone? Mife? I don't know how to pronounce this. Okay. Welcome, man. Welcome. D-line long on 15-minute. D-line long on 15-minute. We can get to that now, guys. I have my alarm set. Okay, so let's see how this is going to play out. I want to make sure that I have my CVD loaded. Oh, it's breaking out here to the upside. I would like that short. If it continues here to the upside, I would like to... I'm looking for that short. But yes, I do see the 15-minute... Okay, but I would call this a 5-minute breakout over here. The 15-minute trend runs over here. Okay, or maybe over there. It's not broken out yet. Right. Berry CVD got invalidated. Some of them played out. 2 confirmations. The Berry CVD at the bottom did play out. But it also depends on how you set your settings. Because I've got mine on 2 confirmations. If I put it on any, then there's a lot. Okay, there's a lot happening here. So I like to leave it on 2 confirmations. Higher probability, you can even leave it on 3 confirmations. But I just want higher probability trades. Okay. What I also like to do is... anyways, guys, I'm going to get to this now. Let me discuss the daily time frame. Right, so now... I do have all of these scenarios already prepared, but I'm going to do it fresh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you have an impulse to the downside. Right? Now, this impulse to the downside, I don't want to talk about the worst case scenario, but just to give you guys an idea, when you have an impulse in a specific direction, let me talk about the worst case scenario, the absolute worst case scenario. And I'm sure Mr. Joan is also very aware of the worst case scenario, and it will be absolutely brutal for, I think, the entire crypto space. Is that when you have a 5-wave move in a certain direction, you can label that a wave 1. You want price to form a 3-wave corrective structure in a wave 2. Whether it takes the eye, it doesn't matter, it's a flat corrective structure. And it's what follows next that is absolutely brutal. Price falls down in a wave 3. It creates a 4 and it creates another 5. And you guys can see how brutal this can get. It can come and sweep up all the lows. It can go to $8,000. It can go to $5,000. Worst case scenario is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the downside. Okay, I have said it. That's the worst case scenario. Price can form an impulse to the downside and it goes and fills my limit orders at $9,000. I always like to joke about that. Okay, that CME gap at $9,000, it's definitely going to fill that CME gap. Right, but I don't think this scenario has the highest probability. So what you can do, what I can do, is to say that, well, when I see a 5-wave structure to the downside, I know that it can be a wave A. So that can be a wave A. A wave A is allowed to have 5 waves inside of it. Then I want to see a wave B. And then I want to see a wave C to the downside, which is a 5, 3, 5. 5, 3, 5, which is a 3-wave corrective structure, and price continues back up. Now for me that makes more sense. Okay. So let's talk about the worst case scenario, that price still now needs to complete the C wave. The minimum requirement for wave C is that it needs to be a 5-wave move, and it needs to take the low of A, which it did. That's the minimum requirement. The wave C tapped the low, claimed the low, and it formed a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-wave structure to the downside. Now, this is where probabilities starts kicking in, is to say that, well, what is the probability from an Elliott wave perspective, although wave C has met the minimum requirements, that it's done? From a probability perspective, it says that it's more common to see a proper relationship between wave A and C, meaning you want to see something similar. That makes more sense, to have a little bit of a deeper C wave to the downside. Based on probabilities, can this happen? Yes. Based on probabilities, this is more common. Okay. So, if price is now starting with a bigger C wave to the downside, because remember guys, now I'm discussing the probabilities of a breakdown, a capitulation, where price can go to $30,000. Okay, because if I take a trend-based fib, I can show you the targets for the wave C. If I take a trend-based fib from the high to the low of A, to the high of B, the 0.618 is the minimum target from a Fibonacci perspective. So although the minimum requirement has been met from a price action perspective, from a Fibonacci perspective, the minimum requirement has not been met. Most common target is the 1-to-1 extension. But this is on the regular scale. Now, there's a rule that I like to follow that states that when I'm analyzing the daily time frame, the higher time frames, I like to stick to the logarithmic. It keeps things a little bit more realistic. Okay, and then you can see that the 0.618, okay, I just want to make sure that my Fibonacci is set before I smoke my socks. Okay, now you can see that the 1-to-1 extension is at $39,000. What is this one? Why is this 1-to-1 extension so significant? Because you now have a relationship between A and C. They are exactly the same length, 1-to-1, and you have your connector wave in the middle here by B wave, 1-to-1. Now that is way more common to see. It plays out more often. That's what more common means, okay? And you have to remember that the higher the time frame, the more the probabilities favor common structures that play out more often, okay? When you see a rare structure that plays out once every 1,000 times, I usually see it on the smaller time frames. I don't see it on the larger time frames. So sometimes when Joan, for example, highlights an expanding diagonal on the 1-minute time frame, I'll be like, yeah, I think it's possible. But when an expanding diagonal is highlighted on the daily time frame, I immediately dismiss it because it will be one for the history books. That's how rare it is on the higher time frames. Okay. So now you might be asking yourself, well, Dewald, if you are still expecting the C wave to come and smack $40,000 or $39,000, okay, C wave, these are all C wave targets, even the 1.618 at $24,000. I'm just sharing with you the most common. The most common target is the 1-to-1 extension. The C wave can extend to the 1.236, the 1.382, and the 1.618. Okay. All of these Fibonacci levels here are C wave targets. This is the most common. Okay. Now, dear Volt, now I know that's going to be the question. Dear Volt, why, if your C wave needs to hit 40K or 39K, why do you not expect a capitulation to the downside? That's now the biggest question. Because worst case scenario is that after a 5-wave impulse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I need to see a corrective structure that finishes after the 0.382. Because this is higher time frame stuff, and the higher the time frame, the more accurate the analysis. And I have seen this play out with every single corrective structure so far. I can go and show you, but let me show you what I mean. So if I go to the 12-hour time frame and I just zoom into this structure. So basically what I'm expecting in a C wave, is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to see a 5-wave move to the downside. Okay, now I zoom into this structure. And let me explain to you now why I don't see the possibility or a high probability for capitulation. Remember, guys, the market is here to surprise us. I'm just discussing probabilities. I considered time as part of my analysis. And you can go and backtest this yourself on every single structure. You will see what I mean. Okay, when I take my time fib from the high, and I like to use my magnet so I get the levels exact. When I take my time fib from the high of this structure to the low, okay, it gives me lines. Can you see? It gives me vertical lines. The red line that you see there on my screen, the red line that you see is my minimum target. Minimum, not a target. It's my minimum target that needs to be crossed for momentum to continue in that direction. And you can see, if I zoom in here, do you see the problem that I see? Guys, it's just technicals. This high was made before my minimum target. Now, based on that, I do not see a high probability for capitulation to $40,000. Because most often, okay, 9 out of 10 times, 18 times out of 20 times, especially on the larger time frames, you could even give it a higher number, your corrective structure finishes after the 0.382, most commonly inside of this zone. Most commonly, come on, play ball, in this zone. So I want the corrective structure to finish there. Once the corrective structure finishes there, then I'm going to say, okay, 5 waves down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, corrective structure up, finishing after my minimum target, so it can finish anywhere here, it's fine. Perfectly fine if it finishes here. Doesn't matter how long it takes, as long as it finishes after the 0.382. 5 wave down, 3 wave up. Now that's where it becomes dangerous, because that can be your wave 1, your wave 2. And once price is here, then I'm going to say 40K is on the cards. It can reject at any moment. It doesn't matter how high this move goes to the upside, as long as it does not claim the high. Because wave 2s can be very deep. They can be very deep up until the 786 even. That's a common target even for wave 2 is the 786. When I take a fib from the high to the low, price can go and smack $76,000, $77,000 and still be a valid high probable wave 2. And as wave 3, that's going to give everyone hell. Okay, 1, 2, maybe it goes that deep, and it's that fall that can get very aggressive very quickly to the downside, which is your wave 3. But now you can see, based on where that high finished, I cannot give a capitulation the highest probability, because it's not time yet. It's not time yet. It's as simple as that. and it's just based on technicals. High probability, and guys, you can go and backtest this with every single drop that we've had to the downside. Okay, I'm not smoking my socks, I promise you. Okay, if I go here to the 8-hour time frame, I can show you every drop finished after the 0.382. You can test it even with a bull run. Every pump, the correction finishes after the 0.382. So, oh, sorry guys, I'm messing around here. So if I take time fib, okay, here we go. From the high to the low. With this drop, the first drop, where did that high finish? At the 4 extension, after the 4 extension, but way after the 0.382. Okay, next drop. Take a time fib from the high to the low. Well, where did that high end? 3-wave structure, by the way. Can you see? 3-wave structure. Where did this end? After the 2 extension. Not here. Because that's where price is. That's where price made that high at the moment. And you can backtest this with every drop. You can go to the previous bear markets and you can do the exact same thing. Same thing. Every drop, the correction finished after the 0.382. Guys, I didn't backtest every single structure in every single bear market. Maybe you'll find one or two. I don't know. I can't say that because I haven't backtested every single one. But you can also see with this one, from the high to the low, where did that high end? After the 4 extension. You can see that the drops can be very quick, and the corrections can be very long, even 4 times longer. That's what it basically means, is that this correction was 4 times longer than the drop. So, talk about probabilities. Well, this is where price is now. Okay, you have a drop. And price made that high before the 0.382. Now you tell me what is the probabilities of that being the high and price is going to capitulate to the downside. Not high. It makes sense for price to form a larger 3-wave structure which could even finish at the 4 extension that we've seen previously. Okay, which is Feb next year. It can drag on and on and on and on. But I at least want to see that high taken again before I expect a capitulation to the downside. And this is why, even in that harmonic pattern that I'm going to get to now in the smaller time frames. Sorry guys, just want to do a little bit of a cleanup. Okay. So even in that harmonic pattern, what I see in this structure is for that high to be claimed again. And the reason I keep on saying worst case scenario that I see is price literally just sweeps the lows, but I don't see a capitulation, is the most probable scenario is that price does that. Okay. Worst case scenario that I see technically that kind of still carries high probability is that price does that, but it doesn't capitulate. It just sweeps the lows in an A, B, C, a flat structure, a flat corrective structure, which is still part of the same structure. Okay, but a capitulation for me technically doesn't make sense yet, or at least doesn't carry the highest probability. Once price gets here, I'm going to sing a different tune. Then I'm going to say, shit guys, shorts looks very interesting. That low can be claimed again. Okay, up here, I'm going to be looking for shorts. So I hope I have explained it. And this is why when I analyze and I do my live streams and I do my updates inside of the community, that's why I always say, guys, that I don't see a capitulation with high probability based on when that high was made, based on the impulse to the downside. That for me technically is a problem. That little high is a problem. Now I can get even more sexy and crazy on this structure. Okay, I can even say, well, if this is the high, Is there an impulsive structure to the downside? Yes, and the only impulsive structure with I can't say high probability. The only impulsive structure to the downside is the rarest structure in Elliott wave theory. Now, this is why I love Elliott wave theory, because now I can give structures probabilities, is to say that yes, I have a lot of scenarios, but this particular one carries the lowest probability. So maybe I don't even look at it. I don't even consider it. That's how low the probability is. Since that high was formed, this is a mess. This looks way more corrective than impulsive. Because when there's a high and you want price to capitulate to the downside, this structure needs to form an impulse. And the only impulse I can see is an expanding structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correction in a wave 2, that is your 1, and price falls in a wave 3. Now, an expanding structure on the higher time frame is incredibly rare. So I can't give this the highest probability. So you have the issue with the high that I've just explained on the higher time frame. And now I look at this structure and I can give it even lower probability to say that, well, guys, I can tell you now, if this high, okay, did this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if it did that, and price was now pushing up here, okay, I would have said, there's a chance, okay, to take that low. Because you have a 5-wave impulse to the downside. Instead, price formed an absolute mess, overlapping structure, diagonal structure, not even a leading diagonal, which is contracting, which carries higher probability. You have a bloody expanding structure, which is way more rare. So I cannot give, okay, for that person that asked me to say, Devold, please explain to us what you mean by no capitulation. Well, I can't say no capitulation. All I can say is a capitulation to the downside for me carries the lowest probabilities from a technical perspective. If it happens, it's going to surprise me because I'm a technical trader. But I will not liquidate any accounts. Please, guys, I do not liquidate any positions or any accounts. As you can see, my trades are always protected with profits already taken. So even if the unexpected happens where price just falls or price just shoots to the upside, something unexpected happens that I didn't see technically, I am not liquidating anything. Okay, because that's my risk management that protects me against the unexpected. Both of these positions have profits taken and are protected. And based on that, sometimes the unexpected scenario plays out and then I wait and wait until it starts making sense and then I start trading it again. But that a capitulation from here to the downside would be a big surprise for me. I must say it will be a surprise. Can it happen? Yes. Does it carry the highest probability from what I'm seeing at the moment? No, especially considering the higher time frames. So I hope I have explained that as best as I possibly could. Okay. So now this structure becomes very interesting to analyze. What is this? What is forming here? Okay. This is now where I'm discussing that harmonic pattern. Okay. Oops. That's where I'm discussing the anyways, I do have it already marked out, but I just want to take a quick break and then I'll be back. And I just want to make sure that I have my alarm set there at that weekly, just a little bit below. So I'm going to put an alarm just below the weekly. Continue. Put it back to regular. Okay. So that I'm ready, guys. I just want to take a quick 5-minute break and then I'll be back. And then I'm going to, there's still a lot to talk about, right? There's still a lot to talk about. So what I'll do is I will leave you with some music. I will put the comments back on. And then I will see you guys all in 5 minutes.
don't chase the market, I wait. I don't gamble, I calculate. Every loss is tuition, every win is earned. Patience is my edge, discipline is my weapon. The trend is my friend. I trade with purpose, I trade with confidence. I trade to build freedom, one decision at a time. I don't chase the market, I wait. I don't gamble, I calculate. Every loss is tuition, every win is earned. Patience is my edge, discipline is my weapon. The trend is my friend. I trade with purpose, I trade with confidence. I trade to build freedom, one decision at a time.
Alright, legends. Price is pushing here to the upside. For those scalpers out there, you must probably, I don't know, jumped into a long. I'm not really interested to trade price where it is at the moment. But maybe there's something on the smaller time frames. We can go check that out. Excuse me. I want to see what CVD is doing over here. Yeah, it's a little bit of a fight between the bulls and the bears at the moment. It's like, well, once you start learning Elliott wave theory, guys, you know, you can't look at charts without seeing the waves. It's just my brain automatically just goes to counting. Okay, A, B, C. Maybe that's a W, X, and a. Maybe it's forming an X over here and it's going up and a Y, or it's finished. A, B, C, and a Y. So W, X, Y here to the downside. A, B, C, very short Y, and it's forming a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to go and claim that weekly level. And based on Elliott wave theory, by the way, it's how I technically, can determine whether that is the high and price is going to break down with high probability. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, guys, don't diss something because you don't fully grasp it or understand it. I will never tell anyone moving averages doesn't work. I don't like moving averages, but I will never diss it. I won't say it won't work because I know very successful traders that only trade moving averages. And it's because of my lack of patience and understanding of it that it's just it's not my personality. I don't like moving averages. I struggle with moving averages, and that's why I don't trade moving averages, and that's why I've developed trading strategies that fits my personality, that makes sense to me. But I cannot say moving averages is crap. So when someone sometimes comes onto the comment sections and they say Elliott wave theory is BS, why is it BS? No, you can't diss it because you don't understand it or it doesn't suit your personality. Because there's many successful traders that only trade Elliott wave theory, for example. Right, sorry guys, I'm a little bit out of breath because I did some push-ups and squats, here behind the scenes, just to get the blood going. Right, let's go through some comments. Bitcoin broke out of the symmetrical triangle. You must probably be speaking about the local setup over here. Okay, local. Okay, there's a trend. That one's breaking out. Okay, if you want to be creative, there's your trend here at the bottom. I like at least 3 touch points. Yeah, so it could continue here to the upside, but I'm more interested in the short than the longs here to the upside, especially when a structure has pumped like this, and I can already see a high amount of volume in the top. It usually, not always, but it usually means if it does claim that top again on decreasing volume, that is short for me is more interesting because it's a bigger move. I want to play a bigger move. Okay, so I'm looking for a higher probability setup, potentially a day trade that can turn into a swing trade. These little trades over here, okay, from a risk to reward perspective, I must be honest guys, I can open up a fun little trade over here on the live stream, but it's just not a high probability trade because I have to respect my trading rules. I can't play this breakout. The risk to reward doesn't make sense. Okay, if you're targeting the weekly and your stop needs to go below the low, it barely meets my risk to reward requirements, but then I needed to take it here because here you can already see a 1.46. So for every $100 that I'm risking, I'm going to make 150. It's not worth it for me to take the trade. Can it play out? Yes, definitely it can play out because that's where I'm looking for the short. But my trading rules have saved my ass many times, and I respect my trading rules. Okay. Yes, can I still take the trade? Yes. And sometimes when I do take the trade, and that doesn't make sense, it means I can go in with less capital, or I wait for a retest. So instead of trading, if it's a high probability setup for me, I am still allowed to take the trade, even if the risk to reward doesn't make sense, but I have to go in with less capital. So sometimes I can still take the trade, even if the risk to reward doesn't make sense, but everything else looks great. Okay. Right. But there's also no guarantee that it's going to smack the weekly level. The rule for the setup is the high of the trend. Okay, that's breaking. That's a terrible risk to reward. $20 for $80 that you're risking. Okay, definitely it's something that can play out. Price can continue to push up here. I'm hoping that I will still be alive. I'm hoping that I will still be live, okay, for a higher probable setup. Okay, I can tell you guys now that if price continues to push up here, if price continues to push up and volume increases, it's going to be a difficult short, okay, because it can just maybe continue to the upside, right? Okay, let me just bring those comments back. This higher time frame TA Gold, thanks so much, dear. Absolute pleasure, man. Canada C7R. Yeah, and I guess that's why it's so important to keep on following the live streams, for example, to keep on following us inside of the community, because I've done the higher time frame analysis so many times. Okay, so I know what the probabilities are from a lower time frame perspective, and often when I then tell people here on the live stream that's never seen me before, I don't think there's a high chance for capitulation to the downside. They don't understand where I'm coming from. Okay, and I can't always do higher time frame analysis. I don't have the time to do it because people want lower time frame analysis, because that's where the trading opportunities lie. Well explained. Absolute pleasure, man. Triangle. Can go check that out. Wow. Okay. Oh yes, Mr. A Trader in the house. We met up for a nice little juicy beer on Saturday. That was great. Where can I place my stop if I want to play the short, relaxed way if my entry is weekly? It's at the highs. So if you want to play it the relaxed way, I always say there's many ways to take a trade. Okay. The relaxed way of taking the trade, if you want to take the short at the weekly level, is your stop has to go above the high. Okay, you can even glue it to the high, a little bit above, okay, because you don't want a double top and then price falls down, because wave 2 can retrace 99% of wave 1. So always great to leave your stop loss just ever so slightly above the high, and then you can target the lows. That's your trade. Now you can see that risk to reward is beautiful. It makes sense. So the relaxed way of taking this trade is to say that, well, okay, you can even trade this with limit orders. Okay, remember guys, I cannot tell you what you need to do. I can tell you what I would do in this situation, because I'm not a financial advisor and I'm just sharing this for entertainment and educational purposes. Okay, is you could limit order a little position over there, and you could maybe limit order a position over there, and then maybe a limit order over there, like, because you know what happens. It looks like price is going to take the low, okay, and then it doesn't, right? So price could push up here, maybe kicks 2 of your limit orders in, and it falls back to the downside. And then it becomes about trade management, okay? Because that's usually where I update the community. Once price starts falling, okay, I will tell the community, okay, I'm de-risking my position. Because there's a high chance, you know, depending on the structure that it's forming, sometimes I can see that when price forms, and I know if it's going to go back and take that high, it's going to take that high. So it makes sense to de-risk the position, for example, like I did with a breakout, okay, with a D-line breakout over here, where I told everyone I would have moved my stop loss here when price was here already. Because I knew with high probability, if price takes that low, it's going to take that low as well. And then why have additional loss in your trade? Okay, so this is typically where I will update the community if I do take a trade like this. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Because when I'm not on YouTube, I'm inside of the community. Andy is spending his day inside of the community today, providing some analysis, looking for some setups, and so forth. Okay, so that is the lazy way of trading it. Or maybe not the lazy way, it's an easier way to trade it. It's a more relaxed way of trading it, okay? But your risk management is very important, because I can tell you now that if I had to play an SFP, if I had to take that trade, and this is my set, that's my stop loss, for example, I will, and let's say I risk 1%. I want to lose only 1% of my portfolio. Or I take this trade. That will also be 1%. But because that stop loss is tighter, I can go in with more capital and still lose 1% and make more money to the downside. So it's just a different way of trading. There's not a right or a wrong way. There's just a which way do you prefer to trade. The reason I don't like, and I know I sound a little bit like a broken record, the reason I don't like to mention these types of trades is because often what happens with these type of trades is that people limit order the shit out of this trade and they go into heavy. They go in 10%, 10%, 20%, 40%, 60%. And then price gets here, okay, and they have a massive hole in their account because they went too aggressive. That's why I don't like to talk about the lazy way of trading unless you can manage it properly. Because it is a great way to trade if you can just manage it properly. It's a more relaxed way, so you don't have to worry about the SFP because they can be difficult. SFPs can be very difficult to trade. And it does take a practice and experience and repetition to get them right. Okay, so it is a way to trade this. Okay, and the reason why there's a stop loss is you just never know. Okay, you have to have an invalidation. For me, my rules for a trade is I have to have my 3 W's and I have to respect them. I have to know why I am entering. I have to know why I'm entering. I can't just enter for the sake of entering because someone told me to enter. No, why are you entering? You need to answer those questions. Where is your invalidation and where do you plan to take profits? I have to be able to answer all 3 W's before I'm allowed to take the trade. If I cannot answer them fully, the 3 W's, I'm not allowed to take the trade. And this is why I don't agree with signals channels. This is why I hate signals channels, because they do not explain to you the 3 W's, especially that one. So people are like a bunch of parrots, copycats, and they just copy trades from other people, not understanding why they are doing what. And then you get questions like, where are you putting your stop loss? Where do you plan to take profits? Well, those are the questions you should have answered before you take the trade. And if you can't answer them, why are you trading? Okay. Right. Smash up that like button if you do enjoy the education. I know I always go into a lot of education here on these long live streams. And if you do enjoy it, remember to tap that like button ever so gently. If you want more, you can join our community. Okay. Surround yourself with like-minded people. Go into the educational vault. Go check out the videos and updates that I post in there. Daily technical analysis from myself and Andy, the coaches, sharing scenarios. So if you want more than what you see on YouTube, you can join the community. It's the first link down in the description where you can send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. So now I want to go back here to the 2-hour time frame. Yeah, and I want to talk about, take that out the way, take that out the way. I want to talk about this little structure that has formed. And I just want to say that this structure can still become very, very boring and frustrating. Okay, but there's a couple of plans that I have in terms of how I want to trade this structure. I'm already in a short from here. And I'm in a long from here. So depending on which one gets stopped out, I will look for a fresh trade in that direction. So I'm positioned. Obviously, I have been trading this entire structure like a crazy person from a day trading perspective, of which some trades turned into swing trades. It's just about how you manage the trades. And just want to see, and there we go. These are all the trades that I've taken. Okay, some of them got stopped out, some of them, but a lot of them played out to perfection. More of them played out to perfection, and that's why my portfolio is in the green. Okay, because you will get stopped out, but some of them were massive trades. Okay, look at that one, a massive trade. Look at that short, massive short. Okay, and then there were trades in between. You'll see if I zoom into the smaller time frames, there was little scalp trades in between as well. Okay, there was a long. I didn't do anything here because I was on a break. I wasn't trading during this time. But then I started trading again. My first trade was a winning trade. Great. Short, great. Long, great. All of these trades played out. Okay, then there was a stoppage here somewhere. Okay, took the short from the tippy top. By the way, guys, that short, now that I'm checking this, what's happening here, this short is still running. So I need to drag this. This is an epic trade, by the way. Okay, although, yes, I know I did add to the position, but this short is still running. Okay, this is an epic trade, guys. This is the one here that's still running. This one is still running. There was a long. I don't know if. I just need to go check out this long. I don't think I took this trade, guys. This one, I think, is the one that I shared, but I didn't take this trade. I will just go and confirm on my journal. Excuse me, I'm drinking gassy cold drink, so excuse me for burping. Right, so there's been a lot of day trades inside of this zone, and the beauty about these trades, is that, did you know that most people struggle to trade ranges? A lot of people make a lot of money with these trending structures, and then when price goes sideways, they lose all the money that they made over here inside of the range. The same with this structure. Okay, make a lot of money, and often it's because they FOMO into the trade. They see the drop, they see the increase in volume, they just open up an entry, and then price keeps on falling. They make a lot of money, price starts ranging, they lose all of it. Did you know, according to data that's released by exchanges and prop firms, that a lot of traders struggle to trade ranges? And they make a lot of money during trending markets. And the market, unfortunately, only trends for about 20 to 25% of the time, and it ranges for 70 to 80% of the time. So that is why I made it my mission to learn to trade the ranges, because that's what price does most. It ranges, it goes sideways. So you will see in my trades, okay, that I've taken over the last couple of months, that I've made most of my money inside of the ranges, not in the trends. Okay. Made most of my money inside of when price starts ranging, because that's when things make sense for me. I can see three-wave structures, corrective structures, point of controls, daily levels. That's where I made most of my money, is inside of the ranges. Okay, so now, an interesting scenario that I would like to play out, but it does carry some probability at least, okay, is this one. This is the one that I would like, and I'm ready for this one. Okay, I have spoken about it yesterday as well. So I have a plan. If price falls down, I have a plan for a long. Okay, that's my plan based on this harmonic. Okay, remember, for the people that asked me, when will this harmonic get invalidated? this C point can still move over there. If this high gets taken, I can move the C point, as long as that high does not get taken. But I want to see a lower high. So for now, based on current price action, that's the high that I have. Okay. From a symmetry perspective, it's looking really great, okay, because I also like to measure the wings. I like to see how long did it take this wing, and then where is price action at the moment. That's not even at the one-to-one extension yet. So if price had to fall, okay, now that would be absolute perfect symmetry. If price had to fall here at the one-to-one extension, it means you have a perfect one-to-one extension. Okay, between the two wings. So you basically have a perfect butterfly or a bat. Okay, can you guys see the two nice little wings? You have beautiful symmetry between them. But the minimum requirement has been met. It can even go to the 2 extension. This can happen. I just want to highlight that that can happen. It's still fine. That's just the perfect symmetry, and this is why I drew it like that. So if price falls to the downside, I will be ready for that long. Is it going to bounce there? I don't know, but I can use my trading strategies to execute this trade with precision. Okay, now I can be a little bit more creative. I can switch on my daily levels, my point of controls, my weekly levels. And see, well, do I have confluence there at the 0.786? Yes, I do. Okay, if I take the fib out the way, just to show you guys the levels, okay, the green box, there's a weekly naked point of control and there's a weekly level there. It's the 786. So there's a lot of, there's something at least happening here. There's confluence there. So if price, because remember that can be counted as a 5-wave structure. For the moment, this structure is a 3-wave structure, which means it increases the probabilities to take this low. This could be an A, B, C to the downside. 3-wave structure, A, B, C. This is a W. This is a A, B, C, W, X, and a Y. So that is basically your W. This is your X, your bigger X, and you form a WXY inside of your bigger X, and it goes back up for a Y to the upside. So I don't want to create too much confusion, but you know, harmonic patterns, for those of you that don't know about harmonic patterns, well, here you go. Here is an harmonic pattern. Okay, and it's also one of those sheets that I shared inside of the community, the common ones that I usually see play out. So this is my trading plan, and I traded this before. I did take this trade before, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Mr. Osren, if I'm not mistaken, that highlighted the previous one to me, because I didn't see it yet. And then Mr. Osren came onto a live stream once and he's like, Devil, do you see the harmonic? And when he said the word harmonic in Feb, I was like, ooh, yes, I'm ready. I'm ready for that harmonic. Okay. It was this one. That's the one I traded. And if I open up my positions, okay, that's where I took the trade. But there was a daily level there as well, in confluence with a 0.786. Harmonic pattern. Beautiful long year to the upside. Okay, that's where I traded it the previous time. But you can see that this wing, okay, what is important about that wing is that it formed a 3-wave structure. Can you guys see? It formed a 3-wave structure, increasing the probabilities to take the high. If price did this and then took the low again, I would have most probably still made money. I would have been stopped out, and then I would have said, oh shit, I don't think it's going to claim that high. It's most probably going to go up and fall to the downside. So I can still take the trade, but I'm looking for a short now. But because price formed a three-wave structure down, it increased the probabilities to take the high, which price did. So what is going to be important for me for this potential harmonic is that it does the same. It's not exactly the same. You can see this one is a little bit wonky. It's not as beautiful as the one that's potentially forming now at the moment. This one was a little bit ugly, okay? It also had a much longer right wing, okay? But, I mean, played out to perfection. So what I want to see here, and there is an Elliott wave scenario that supports this harmonic as well. Because did you know that harmonic patterns are derived from Elliott wave theory, if you did not know? Okay, so let me see if I have that scenario. I just want to clean up the kitchen quick here. There we go. That's the triangle I will discuss in a moment. I just want to wrap up the harmonic. There we go. Okay. So you have a three-wave structure in a W. Prices forming a WXY. Okay, in a X or in a B. That can be a A. And then price goes up in a C or in a Y wave. Okay. I know for the experienced Elliott wave traders, they're going to tell me, Devil, if that is a W and X finishes over here, it actually increases the probabilities that Y is not going to take the high. Because then Y can form a triangle, it can form a flat, but it has an increased probability that it doesn't take the high. But it's still an amazing trading opportunity. I don't know what this is with certainty. I don't know if it's a W or whether it's an A. I don't know. But I know it can eat that high based on the probabilities that I've discussed on the higher time frames. Okay. The conundrum, I think the conundrum could be that the harmonic doesn't play out and price bounces higher up. So it's going to be very important for me to keep an eye on all these levels because it might not get here. Because if this is indeed a W, okay, and price forms a WXY in an X, it doesn't have to tap the 7 Fibonacci levels. And then it bounces on the 0.618 and it goes back up in a Y wave. And then your X has an increased probability to take the high of W. So the 0.618 from the 0.618 all the way up until the 0.886 is where I need to look for the long in this scenario. And I might get stopped out once or twice during this trade. Maybe even 3 times. And hopefully I'll get stopped out with profits. Because usually when I'm wrong, I get stopped out with profits. Okay, if not, if I take 3 losses, I know that the long in this zone can pay back the money that I've lost during looking for that long. Okay, I'll see when price gets there. I'll have to analyze very carefully. Execute my swing failure strategies with perfection. Because if it's an X wave, it might not get here. Let me explain why I would like it to get there. Okay, obviously it's based on the harmonic. But the reason I would like this C wave to extend up until this area over here where I have basically that box, the green box, the reason I would like it to extend a little bit further down is because of this. Okay, when you take a fib from the low of the structure to the high of the structure, you will see that the 0.618, this is the zone that a lot of technical traders are talking about. That is the zone, value area high, or value area low, excuse me. Okay. So it is a great zone because usually when price comes to the value area high, it rejects. When it comes to the value area low, it bounces. Okay, so technically it is a great level for a bounce. And I don't know if it's going to bounce there if there's so many eyes on that level. Usually when there's a lot of eyes on a specific level and I see everyone talking about that level, the price loves to do one of two things. It front runs the zone, which I'm going to explain in the next scenario, or it scares the crap out of everyone. It liquidates the people that are trading with limit orders and 100x positions over here. It goes and it liquidates them. It falls. It scares the crap out of them. Oh shit, I thought we're going to hold. And now price is over here. So it scares them out of their positions. It liquidates them. Whatever, you know, the market scares the shit out of them. But usually one of two things happens. It either front runs and it leaves everyone behind that was looking for the bounce, or it scares the crap out of them and it liquidates their positions. And this is why I would like in that scenario for price to come down lower. Scare the shit out of them. Which also aligns with a harmonic pattern. And there's an Elliott wave theory that aligns with it. There's also a weekly point of control. There is a weekly level over there, so you can see it's also built around confluence at that zone. Okay, now for the next scenario, which I think is a very interesting scenario, and I'm not giving it low probability at all. Okay, all I'm trying to demonstrate with harmonic over here is to say that, well, if price gets here, I'll be ready. If price doesn't get there, I'm already ready. I'm already in the trade. Because if price is going to fall here, I'm going to get stopped out of my long. So I need to look for a new long. If the next scenario is going to play out, I'm already in the long. And this is the scenario I'm going to explain now. But before I do, let me go through some comments. Remember to smash up that like button if you do enjoy the education, the analysis, just spending the day with me here on YouTube. Buzz Maria, welcome to the live stream. Hey, data is coming out in 25 minutes. Do we have high impact news today? Phew, guys, I didn't even check. My apologies. Today, 4:30, what's the time now? Okay, in 15 minutes, building permits. I haven't seen this one do much previously on the charts. Okay, so, but we can be aware of it. In 15 minutes from now, we have high impact news. Tomorrow, okay, FOMC minutes at 8 o'clock, US Central European time. And then nothing for the rest of the week. And only then next week, Wednesday, we have high impact news. You know, this is quite big. Next week, Wednesday, is going to be a big day. High impact news. I want to see where fear and greed is at the moment. I'm sure it's still in fear territory. Yes, still in fear. Okay. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's at least a little bit of bullish CVD building up there. Let's see if it can continue. Maybe it's going to do a little bit of a retest. Okay, there's support over here. You can see where it's currently finding. It never ceases to amaze me where price finds support. Okay, can you guys see here? Where price is getting this little bounce is at the order block. What is this? 5-minute order block. That's a 5-minute order block. That's where price is getting the bounce. If price does not hold this level, I can almost guarantee you I know where it's going to bounce next. Yeah, it's going to bounce there. So it either bounces here or it bounces there. Okay. That's just based on price action. Master, I'm scared. Why are you scared, Mr. Trade Time? Why are you scared, man? I don't really like these long live streams. Peroz, a lot of people do like them. Okay. But I do try and do something for everyone. So I do short ones, I do long ones, so I cater for everyone. Okay. What you going to do, Master? Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. Okay, Master. I enjoy a lot the long live streams. Yes, you see, now there's other people that really love the long live streams. And I suppose, there's sometimes when I get personal messages from people after a long live stream, they'll be like, yeah, Devil, it was so nice just to have someone in the background while I'm doing my trading. Because it's a lonely game at the end of the day. And I know that there are some full-time traders in our community. That's all they do. They just trade for a living. They don't do anything else. They don't have a 9 to 5. It's trading. That's what they do. And it's nice to have me here just talking, and doing analysis in the background, I suppose. And then some people just want a short little 10-minute update. Okay. So I try and cater for everyone. How's it, Devil and Legends? On the 2-hour time frame, is it possible for X have to have finished at 62? Yeah. And now we're forming an ABC I can discuss that. They Dinesh. But it's very similar to the triangle. Okay, I'll discuss that, Dinesh. But yeah, it's very possible. Lol. Then long live streams. I love long live streams. I like long live streams. I do like long live streams. I also like long live streams, not every day. So, okay, that's why I don't do it every day. It takes a lot of energy to do a long live stream every day for 5 hours. I think I will burn out completely. But it's about a variation. Okay, sometimes you're in the mood for a little stew, and sometimes you want pasta, and sometimes you want a chicken, and sometimes you want a salad. Okay, it's about variety. Peros, hi Devil. You tease me so much already. I remember when Andy introduced you on his stream first time, I was like, what a weird... Oh, God. Yeah. I was still getting used to the whole YouTube thing. Hey, we've got Andy here in the live section as well. I think this is Andy. It must be Andy. I'll be doing a 10 to 15 minute update this evening. You see, now there's Andy saying, relax, everyone. If you don't like the long live stream, I'm going to do a 10 to 15 minute update after the long live stream. So if you don't want to watch this long live stream, Andy is going to do a short version, a powerful, to the point version, a summarized version later after the live stream. So if you want to wait until then, okay, Andy will definitely be doing an update. The absolute legend, Andy. Okay, also absolute legend for introducing me to this community, working together. Andy is an absolute legend with technical analysis. Long streams loved over here. Devil the master. Yeah, Andy, you are the master, man. You are the master. Who doesn't love a long live stream? Don't watch it, bro. Andy, yes, yeah, that is Mr. Andy. Yeah, I know that our channel is called at Mindpillar Markets. So when Andy posts comments, it comes up as the channel name, but I know it's Andy. If I'm live and you see that, it's Andy. When Andy's live and you see that, it's most probably me. I do try and post my comments under my channel name, my previous channel name, so people can see it's me. But yeah, that's Mr. Andy here in the live chat. Andy in the house, yes. Devil, if you get stopped out of your trades, how much money will you be leaving on the table? It depends on which one gets stopped out. With the long, I've taken a decent amount of profit already. Okay, with the long, I've taken a decent amount of profit already. With a short, it wasn't that big of a position because I used a lot of the position to manage the risk. But basically, okay, I will be leaving at the moment based on price, where price is at the moment for the long, I'll be leaving 4.5, and for the short, I'll be leaving 3.5 on the table. But then the other one is going to make more money. You get my drift. It's beautiful. It's sexy to be positioned in this hedge at the moment, because it doesn't matter where price goes. I'm going to be making money with one of them. But I've already taken profits on both. So, yeah, I mean, this way of trading has really been helping me with my swing trading, okay, leaving a runner, maximizing profits. This is also why I moved this, because you all remember this trade is now, yeah, I've added to that position, and I've explained, and I did this live on the live stream. I explained to everyone why I moved this position over here. I want to maximize profits to the downside, and I can count an impulse here. And for the moment, this is a three-wave structure. So in order for me to maximize profits from this trade, it made sense for me to move my entry above the high from here. Because I know that if price takes the high again, there's a high chance it's going to take that high. There's a good chance it's going to take that high if it takes this high again. Okay, so I added to that position to maximize profits to the downside. Right. Love it. Like Maria, I love it all. Long live streams, video updates. It doesn't matter as long as it shows your lovely faces with this amazing education. Maria is an absolute star student inside of our community, Legends. She has come a long way, and she's one of those people inside of our community that's really taken what myself and Andy teach and educate to heart, and she's really doing well for herself at the moment. So much love, Maria. Okay, a lot of love. Why is this thing doing this? Okay, let me just try that again. Yesterday was a sad day because one of the chart champions coaches, Scott, suddenly died because of a heart attack. Did you hear about that? No, it's the first time I'm seeing this. Love the stream. Be blessed. Shame, man. Condolences to his family. Yeah, this is... no, I didn't know about that, guys. I didn't know about that. Not great, eh? Right. Do you think a crazy Max Payne scenario could be to sweep highs at 83k then dump? And this is all a giant range. 83k? Yo, 83k. Basically that high over there. Sweep that high. Yo. So let me explain something, okay? Let's say this is a W. Okay, this is a three-wave structure in a W. And let's say the X is finished over here. And now it's going to form an A, B, C here to the upside to complete a Y wave. So what I like to do is to project targets. I take a fib extension because it shows you where price can go to with high probability. From the low to the high to the low of this current structure. Okay. The most common target for this Y wave, okay, the most common target is the 1-to-1 extension, which is $71,000. It can also, minimum target is $67,000. Also, common target 786, I have seen that target get smacked many times. So it's a common rejection target. What you are talking about is up here. So you're talking about very rare targets for a three-wave corrective structure. So can you see, it's like, can it go there? Yes. Is there a high probability for price to go there? Not in one move here to the upside. Maybe a larger structure. So maybe what I would say is how price can get that high with a higher probability is that it forms a three-wave structure and that becomes a bigger W. Oops. Sorry guys, that becomes a bigger W. Okay, then it goes down for a X, then it goes up for a bigger Y, but you can see it forms a larger three-wave structure to get there. Yes, then I could say, but to just do that doesn't carry the highest probability. Can it do it? Yes. It's very rare targets, okay, for such a massive extension to the upside, because you're talking about over 260% of this move. 260% extension. So you ask the question, can it happen? Anything can happen in this market. But what are the probabilities of it happening in the next coming weeks? Not high probability. Okay. There's still a lot of resistance. Even if I just, even if I take out the Fibonacci extensions, if I look at price action, look at the resistance, guys. I can do little boxes over here. Look at that resistance. Let me make it red. Okay. Danger. Mr. Robinson, danger. Right. I can see that there is massive resistance above. So the bulls have their work cut out for them. I can also see that there's a little resistance box over there as well. Okay. So I just want to paint out the picture that there's, look at this, resistance, resistance, support, support. Can you guys see that? Okay. There's a lot of resistance that the bulls needs to contend with before it's going to get here. There's also that fair value, that range high, if I'm not mistaken. I do have it here somewhere. I might have deleted it. But let's do another little boxy, okay? Because that is also a rejection zone right over there. So can price get here? Maybe not in a straight line. Maybe it's going to form a larger three-wave structure, then correct, then go back up. That makes more sense, but it's going to take a lot more time before it gets there. Can it do that? There's a lot of resistance. The bulls are going to have to push through here with an insane amount of volume to break through all of that. Also, something to consider is that on the higher time frame, like the daily time frame, the structure is still bearish. Okay, you are fighting against the trend. You have a high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower lows. Okay, so what you're basically saying is smash through all of it and create a higher high. Change market structure. Or maybe just claim the high, but it's too early to talk about that. It's too early to talk about that. And it's too early to talk about that because of the higher time frame analysis that I've done and shared. Okay, maybe some of you joined the live stream a little bit late, but I did do daily time frame analysis explaining what are the probabilities for this structure. And it's not time yet to go down. Yeah. It makes more sense for a larger three-wave structure at least before that happens. Worst case scenario. Or the range continues. For this to be the end, because I know that there's some channels, YouTube influencers, talking about this being the bull market low, or the bear market low. Sorry, bear market low. It's just, yes, there is a valid way of counting this as the bear market low. That C wave did fulfill the minimum requirement of taking the low of A. Is just not pretty. Okay, it really is not pretty. Is it valid? Yes, but then the structure here to the upside needs to prove itself as a 5-wave structure. You know when I will change my mind. The structure needs to show me when I need to change my mind. Do you see with every dump, there's a 3-wave up. There's a dump, there's a 3-wave up. There's a dump, and there's a 3-wave up. 3-wave structures up. So if this structure does this, what does it tell you? What does that tell you? That's the direction. That's what it's telling me. That's the direction. Takes the lows, takes the lows, takes the lows. So when will I change my mind? When will I start saying maybe the people that spoke about the bear market low being in, they were right. They were onto something, but they had no confirmation. They're just speculating. Because the only way that I'm going to change my mind is from a technical perspective. I want to see a 1, 2, 3, and more importantly, a 4 and a 5. I want to see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wanted to see that. I wanted to see that. I wanted to see that. That did not happen. That did not happen. That did not happen. And I don't know if that's going to happen. But if the price forms a 5-wave structure up, it is the retracement that then becomes an interesting longing opportunity to join the momentum back to the upside. But once I see a 5-wave structure up, I'm going to be like, okay, now the structure has proven itself. There's a 5-wave move up, so I can consider joining the party back to the upside with the retracement that needs to be analyzed very carefully. Needs to correct in the 3-wave structure, because remember, when price starts reversing, you want to see the opposite happen. Because these are 5-wave moves down, 3-wave up. 5-wave move down, 3-wave up. 5-wave move down, 3-wave up. 5-wave move down, okay, but now you want to see the opposite. So if this is the low of the bear market, you want to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And guess what? Now you want to see that in reverse. 1, 2, 3. That's the longing opportunity to join the next move back up. If it's going to form, I just have to look at the structure, guys. If it's going to do this, that's not great, because that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could retrace and continue momentum down. So for price to reverse, that needs to happen in the opposite direction. So people that are, I can tell you now, and I'm sure Andy and Matt will agree with me. Okay, people that are speculating on this being the bear market low are doing so without any confirmation, hoping to be right. There's no confirmation that that's the end. Nothing. The structure has not proven itself. A simple way is price needs to claim that high. So price needs to go up, claim the high, form a higher high. You need to change market structure. You need to reverse the trend. So the danger about 3-wave structures is, okay, even if price, like you said in your scenario, what if price goes to $80,000 or $81,000? Even if price does this and it makes a higher high, but it's a 3-wave structure, it can still take the low unless it does that. That is the most important move that the structure needs to do. And if it doesn't do that, it doesn't matter how high the price shoots here to the upside. It's still it's a very interesting short. Okay. So yeah, there's the resistance based on price action. Remember to smash up that like button. Remember, guys, when I'm not on YouTube, I spend my time inside of the community. Andy is spending his day inside of the community today. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access. There's my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay. By the way, if you are trading on one of my affiliate partners, you trade like you usually do, you have $500 in your account, your trading fees goes towards unlocking the tools and the community. So you can actually get your trading fees to work for you instead of just paying it over to the exchange and forgetting about it like most people do. Why not get your trading fees to do the work for you? You don't have to trade more or put more risk onto your portfolio. Just as you usually would have traded, your trading fees can go towards unlocking the tools and the community. Great, guys. No, that's great. Okay, you don't pay extra. Okay, your trading fees are in fact less by using the affiliate partners because they give us the best deals for the community. Right. So yeah, I mean, people that are speculating on this being the low, you know what is an interesting scenario? I know it's a little bit early to talk about this, but you know what is an interesting scenario for me? Very, very, very interesting. Let me see if I can find it, because I do have it prepared. Not that. I will take a moment now and just... Oof. Here we go. Now this is a very interesting scenario. Look at this. What if... Okay, price does this, forms a triangle, a bigger triangle. Remember in the higher time frame analysis when I told everyone, okay, when you see 5 waves to the downside, it can be an A wave. B can be a triangle. A, B, C, D, E, and it falls down in a C, and that's the end of the bear market. And then boop, 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 bull market starts. This is a very interesting scenario. And the reason I say it's a little bit early to talk about this is I would like the wave C to be in, and for price to fall here to the downside to start forming wave D. Then the triangle scenario becomes interesting to talk about. But you can see that price could literally go sideways. It does not take the low. It does not take the high. It literally just chops sideways. And then all of a sudden it falls. It takes the lows. And then the bull market starts. Very interesting scenario that I'm just keeping here in the back of my mind. Okay. So what I'm trying to highlight here is it doesn't have to be an A, B, C. It doesn't have to be that deep. Okay, it doesn't have to form a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't have to do that. B can basically extend and do that. And then it forms a triangle. That's what I'm basically trying to highlight. B can extend and then fall down. And then the chop just continues sideways. Okay, but I'm going to trade this like a crazy person. Okay, because I love range trading. I'm going to take that out the way. Let's clean up the kitchen. Let's go to the 15-minute time frame. Okay, so let's look at this local structure. Let me also go through some comments. I will be saving this to watch again for the higher time frame analysis. Kennedy, CR7R, great man, great. Maybe what I will do is, guys, I will maybe during the week or next week, because the daily time frame takes forever to play out anyways, I will only do a daily time frame update. Only focus, so people can save that video and it will be about 5 minutes or 7 minutes or 10 minutes. It will be under 10 minutes. So maybe you can save that video. Okay, isn't there bear CVDs locally? Doom, doom, doom. I just want to reset this. Yeah, there's local berry CVD pushing the price to the downside. So what is the local berry CVD showing me? That retail is longing like crazy. And the market makers ain't done pushing price to the downside. So price is now in the middle of nowhere. If I look at this candle, next area of support is at 64,174. That's the next area of support that I see here to the downside. Remember what I said about the 5-minute order block over there? That's where price got the bounce. The next support area is, yeah, that's the next support area. And that is why I highlighted this, okay? It either bounces, yeah, or it bounces, yeah. And now price is on its way to this little zone over here. And there's bearish CVD confirming momentum to the downside. So just interested to see what's going to happen here locally with price action. But yeah, every little push to the upside is creating bearish CVD. 3 confirmations already. Let's go to the 3-minute. Zoop. 3 confirmations already. Now was also 3 confirmations. It played out. Between those 2 pivots, lows got taken. Played out. As price is trying to push here to the upside, already 3 confirmations. 3 confirmations is really good, guys. Usually, even on 1 or 2 confirmations, CVD already starts playing out. But 3 confirmations, there's a good chance price is going to continue to push to the downside. Local CVD always takes priority over larger time frame CVD, like the 15-minute, 1-hour time frame. Okay, and it's like I said, guys, I'm not, I told everyone I'm not interested to trade this little zone. Not interested to trade. I'm looking for a higher probability setup. For those of you that did take the short from the 0.7 Fibonacci, well done. Okay, it's about managing your risk, managing your trade, because that was the level that I highlighted last night. 0.7 SFP. Also the 1-hour order block. Ka-ching. That's where price got the rejection. So nice little trade here to the downside. Can it take the high? Yes, I'm waiting for the daily level at the 0.786. I'm not really interested to trade anything in between. But if I have to look for a trade, if I now really have to look for a trade, I will analyze that now. On this local structure, what is forming here? Okay, this is now what I need to figure out. Can price still get here for a short? And if not, is there a longing opportunity that I can take advantage of? That's now what I need to figure out. Deal, can we ask Bluffin for another competition? Bluffin is launching. Great that you're asking, Maria, because Bluffin is launching a new competition. It's just not ready yet. I will announce it very soon. 2bit has a competition at the moment that you can go and register for. So 2bit, okay, there's the link to register for the competition. And but Bluffin's getting ready for their competition. Kraken's also got something juicy coming up. I will share that when it's ready. Okay. But the last competition we won, the last Bluffin competition, for those of you that's never seen myself or Andy here on the live streams, we won the last Bluffin competition, the yearly the War of the Whales. I think that was the WOW. We won the last competition, and everyone got their share of the pool prize. So well done to everyone that got their little share of the pool prize. I want to scalp long to this high, the wave 4, create bullish CVD. Do you see symmetrical triangle in the 4-hour from 14 July to 21 July? 14 July. Yeah, that's the next scenario. Oh, by the way, you've reminded, that's the next scenario I need to discuss. Okay, gigantic short squeeze when? Yeah, I would like price to move up a little bit higher before I consider a short. The reason I want price to go higher for me to consider the short is because I missed the short at the 0. I didn't miss it, I just didn't take it. I didn't feel well yesterday and I didn't want to trade yesterday. So I did highlight it in the community though. I did highlight this level and this one. So this one I did not take, but I saw community members took it. This long, or this long, okay, basically the break of the trend, I also highlighted in the community on Sunday. Nice little trade here to the upside. That's it. There's the trade. It should be protected. That's why it doesn't have a red zone. It should be, well, this is how I would have managed the trade. Great profitable trade here to the upside. I also didn't take, but you know, often I will highlight analysis and show people, well, where it looks great from a shorting and longing perspective. Sometimes I miss it. Sometimes I'm busy with something else. Like on Saturday, I was not trading. I was having a beer with Mr. A Trader. Okay. And on Sunday, oh, this actually happened on Sunday, by the way. Okay. I didn't trade it because I was busy with other things. But I did post it. I did post the short. And if it gets to this level now, this for me is the interesting zone where I'm now looking for the short. Because I'm not in this short. I can't just short here, guys. It's not my style just to short here. Okay, so I'm going to analyze this structure and see, well, can price still get here for me to enter a short without taking the highs? Remember, I did highlight the lazy or the easy way to trade this, but now I want to talk about the more technical way of trading this. So let's take this out the way, close the order order blocks. I want to switch on the weekly levels. Where did I? That was basically the breakout. Oh, it was just interesting. I'll get to it now, weekly levels now. I think Joy in our community also highlighted. Okay, when you take a fib extension, what a beautiful rejection from the 2.618. What a beautiful rejection from the 0.7 Fibonacci, 1 hour order block. So whoever got into that short, I know a lot of community, I saw the money shots, guys, and personal messages. Well done. Okay, it's now about trade management, taking profits, protecting position, leaving a runner, because this three-wave structure could be finished. But based on what I'm seeing here, I think there's still a chance for that high to get swept again. And this is why I'm looking at that short over there. It might not do it. It might just fall, okay, because it's a three-wave structure, increased probabilities to take the low, but there's still a chance for that. So I will wait very patiently for that short, which is that weekly level. Okay. Some might say that if this is an A, a B, and a C, it is extremely rare for the C to overextend up until the 2.618. It is rare, but I have seen it happen. So it doesn't happen often, but it's still valid. I've actually seen a C wave tap the 3.618 not so long ago. A couple of months ago, I saw a C wave that tapped the 3.618. And I'm sure some of you that's been here for long, that's been following me, you remember that live stream where I said, guys, if this is going to be a C wave, it's going to be one for the history books. I think it went to the 3.618, and I was just like, what are the probabilities of a C wave doing that? And it did. It did that, but it was to the downside. It was an ABC to the downside. And then price, okay, went zoop, and it claimed the high because it was in reverse. But I have seen that happen with a C wave. It's incredibly rare. It doesn't happen often, but it can happen. It's not an invalidation. Most common targets for a C wave. So this is why I know some Ellioticians will look at the structure and say, well, because it tapped the 2.618, there's an increased probability for this to be not an A, but to be a 1. Not a B, but to be a 2. And for this, not to be a C, but to be a 3. And now you're waiting for 4 and a 5. So it increases the probabilities for a 5-wave move to the upside because of how deep it went. But I have seen corrective structures do that. It's not often, but it does. It can like to do that when it likes to do that. Okay. Right. So still the possibility for a three-wave structure, or the structure is, and this is now what I want to analyze. But I think before I'm going to analyze that, what is the time? It's been an hour and a half since I took my last break. I'm just going to take a quick leg stretch. I'm going to leave the comments here on the screen. I will be back, legends. It's 2.5 hours that I've been here on the live stream. I just need to get some blood into my butt, do some push-ups and sit-ups, and go and say hello to my dog outside and throw the ball, and then I will be back. Okay, I'll leave you guys with some music, and I will be back in 5 minutes. Don't leave. There's still a lot to discuss.
weak hands will shake,
but we keep building.
Patient mind, steady hands,
Long-term vision.
one more block, one more step,
One more day.
we keep building.
One more block.
One more step,
One more day.
we keep building.
Don't chase. Don't fear. Believe in the process.
Okay, I am back. Put that a little bit softly in the background. Right, guys, before I analyze this 15-minute structure, I just want to show everyone something here quickly. And by the way, I have seen that. I haven't tried it. Okay, I'm very content with TradingView here at the moment. If I go to, let's go to the 4-hour time frame. Just quickly want to show everyone that scenario. Remember what I said, for those of you that's been following the whole live stream. Sorry, I'm out of breath because I did some push-ups. I like to exercise in between the breaks just to get the blood flowing, because it's not healthy just to sit in front of your PC the whole time. Okay, so in the triangle, this can be a three-wave structure in a W, and it forms an A, B, C, D, okay, where I'm looking for the short, and a E that forms a higher low to complete the X wave in a triangle. And then it goes up in a W or ABC to complete the Y wave to the upside. So remember what I said, when you take a fib from the low to the high, if price is not going to do, I'm not sure, Andy, if you are still in the live stream, if you're still listening, maybe they're in the background. Very interesting harmonic pattern that could potentially play out here. If price does not get here, okay, and because remember what I said, there's so many eyes on that level, value area low, golden pocket, yes, definitely a bouncing zone, but I have just seen so many times, and it feels like every time I say this and I see it, it plays out. Okay, price likes to do two things. It either front runs the level, or it scares the shit out of everyone, and then it bounces. So that is the longing opportunity, and that for me is the longing opportunity. Because it might not get here. Or it's going to get there, but it's going to scare the crap out of everyone. So I'm looking for the long there, and I'm looking for the long over here. But I will only be looking for that long depending on what structure forms here to the downside. So that's now what I want to analyze on the 15-minute time frame. What is this? Okay. So I wanted to just quickly share this scenario just to create some context on what I see on the larger time frame. Let's take this out the way. Let's go back to the 15-minute time frame, clean up the kitchen, delete the fib, don't need that. Okay, now this structure. So one way is to say, okay, this is A long B, which makes sense because B waves tends to be very, very long in time. But now the question is this C finished? There's a chance that the C wave is finished. I will see if I have time to get to ETH. Mr. AI, I will brother any quick analysis on ETH. I'll see. Okay, I'm still going to be here for a while, so I think there will be time for some analysis on ETH. Right. But I think there's also, okay, let me do remember the C wave has to be a 5-wave impulse to the upside. So I can count this as a 1, a 2, a 3. I'm giving this a 3 because the highest amount of volume is usually in the third wave. This can be the 4, and it goes up for another 5th wave to then complete the C, which is still a 3-wave structure, which aligns with that weekly level, which for some reason I can't find. There we go. So if price pushes up, I'm looking for the short because I missed this one, because there's a chance that C is done over here. But if it pushes up again, it can still reject in that zone in a 3-wave structure, and it falls to the downside. Okay. So from an Elliott wave perspective, it also makes sense for me to look for a short there. But whether I knew Elliott wave theory or not, it's an interesting shorting level because it's a weekly level. It's resistance. It's the 786. Okay, when you take a fib from the high to the low of the structure, it's also the 0.786. So definitely an interesting shorting zone. It also aligns with the Elliott wave count. Right. Let me just take this out the way. I just want to make sure that the music is softly in the background so it's not disturbing. I just want to put this count up again. So if this is wave 2 in a running flat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the upside in a wave 3. This is wave 4. This wave 4 has an invalidation. This is now what I'm trying to figure out. So from this pivot, let me switch on my magnet. Let's get it exact. Try again. From that pivot to the high, this 4th wave has an invalidation. So if price claims the 0 point, okay, that's now the lowest point, so I have to put my wave 4 there. So if price falls down and claims the 0.618, it means that this structure is done. Now this could also be a W, X, A, B, C, and a Y. Doesn't matter how you count it, but it's a 3-wave structure. Okay, A, B, C, W, X, Y. It's a 3-wave structure, so that can be the end. If price taps the 0.618, but does now that's the question. If price falls down here and claims the 0.618, a lot of people will think, okay, well, that's not possible anymore. But price can form a larger corrective structure. So if I take this out the way and I do this, that is actually going to be a very interesting scenario. But let's do the W first. That can form a W. 3-wave structure can give you a W or A. Okay, price creates the X, which even claims the 0.618. Okay, price forms a X and it goes up for a Y. Can form a larger 3-wave structure. Can even take the high. Or it forms a sideways WXY. Just, guys, you can get a little bit crazy with the Elliott wave scenarios, where price forms an X and then it forms a triangle in a Y, and it falls down. Okay, and then your Y is over there. can do that as well. So basically what this means is the longer price goes sideways, it doesn't take the high, it doesn't take the low, it just literally goes sideways. It increases the probabilities that price is going to take the lows. Because it could be building that triangle in the Y wave, and it doesn't even get to, it front runs the daily or the weekly level, it doesn't get there. Okay, but I need more price action before I can give that scenario the highest probability. For now, okay, the easiest one is just to say, okay, something is not finished here yet. A, B, C, or 1, 2, 3. This could also be a 1. That could be your 2. And now it's building a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inside of the third wave. It then creates 4, and then it goes up for a fifth wave. Okay, maybe not that high. Maybe something like this. Okay, so it creates a double top, and then it 5-wave move up, and then this correction is going to be very interesting to analyze, but that's where I will keep the community up to date. Okay, this could happen still during this week up until the weekend. Maybe the long opportunity will be on Sunday, but I will update the community. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can be part of the community. Okay, you can sign up with one of my affiliate partners and then hold $500 in your account, your two-factor authentication, your account. And then as you trade like you usually do, your trading fees goes towards paying for the subscriptions. So it unlocks it for you. Okay, and you don't have to pay the monthly subscription because your trading fees are covering it. And it's a great way to let your fees, because you're trading anyways, and these fees can give you extra benefits if you trade with the affiliate partners down below. Okay. Right, so that is basically what I see here locally, ladies and gentlemen. So if this is a... doesn't look great, okay, but if this is an A wave, it's a 3-wave structure in an A wave, which means that if B comes down, it has to create a flat. So if this is going to form a B, it has to create a flat, which means the minimum target is the 0.9. So if this is an A, it means that B has to at least tap $62,692, and then it can go up for a C, and then it's a 3-wave structure, which means it's still going to claim the low at some point, but it's trading opportunities. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, I can short there, I can long here. It's trading opportunities, builds a trend, play the breakout, D-line strategy, swing failure strategy from the 0.9. Okay, but guys, you know, this is now speculating into the future, what could unfold, and that's where the analysis paralysis comes from. Okay, this could happen, and this could happen, and this could happen, and this could happen. So for me, to keep it simple, I'm looking for a short at the weekly level. I have no business trading that at the moment. I would have loved to take a trade during this live stream, but price is not at a zone where I'm interested in a trade yet. Okay, the only trade that I will consider, just for fun, is a swing from the 0.5. So if price comes down here and does that, I will consider a long to speculate on that 5-wave move here to the upside, where I'll consider the short. That's actually the trade that I'm interested in. This is just going to be a little fun trade, because I know it can even tap the invalidation, and it can still be a X, and it goes up for an A, B, C, and a Y. but it's just basically based on the structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Invalidation for this fifth wave is the 0.618. So it is an easy trade to take from a risk management perspective because I know exactly where my stop loss needs to go. Bum. I need to put that 2.36 back in here. There we go. Right. Another way to trade this is the D-line breakout. Another way to trade this is the break of this little trend. I'm going to put an alarm there. I would prefer the SFP because I'll have better risk management. But I mean, if it doesn't get to the 0.5, it can form a triangle in a fourth wave, completely valid. For this to be a fourth wave in a triangle, completely valid. It doesn't have to come here. And then it breaks out. So I can attempt a little long over there targeting the weekly level because the risk management will make sense. It looks like at least a 2 risk to reward. So there could be a little fun trade here live on the live stream. Okay. But it's not time yet. Unless I go to the 1 minute time frame. Now, guys, there's so much noise on the smaller time frames. Okay, and I wait for that breakout. The reason I don't like the 1 minute time frame is because often what happens is price does this and it falls down again because the trend is still forming. Okay, that's why there's so much noise in the smaller time frames. But definitely I can keep an eye on it because look at what happened here. Okay, you have a trend, it breaks out and it falls down again, and then you're like, okay, maybe that's the trend that's now formed, and now that's the breakout. Okay, still doesn't claim the high and falls down again. And now you can see, okay, well, now there's the bigger trend on top. It's forming this bigger trend at the moment. So you're trying to catch the breakout to claim that high. You're trying to catch the breakout to claim that high. And it's still forming lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. I just want to see what CVD is doing here. Still bearish CVD. Oh, price did get the bounce at that zone. Got the bounce, broke through to the downside. I would love to see the SFP from the 0.5. That would be a nice one based on the bearish CVD that's building up here locally still. Okay, I'm trying to get a trade here while I'm live because I want to have a little fun trade running. But you can see I'm now scratching for a trade. It's not at a high probability zone where I actually want to trade. So if I do get into this trade, guys, disclaimer, it's a fun trade. Okay, it's going to be a fun trade because price is not really at a zone where I want to trade. And you know, when I'm trading by myself, I don't take these trades because I want to take high probability trades. But sometimes, you know, it's nice to take a little fun trade, especially when I'm doing these long live streams, just to have something running and for fun to see if it's going to play out. So if price does swing that low at the 0.5, let me get this ready. Let me do this. Where is my... Guys, I just want to find my account. There we go. No, why did you do that? Let me do this. There we go. So I usually take them here on the other screen. Okay, so I want to be able to see the chart and take the trade. Let me just refresh this. So if I see an SFP, can you guys see all of this? Let me just make sure what is going on here. Yeah, you guys can see the exchange and you can see the price action. 1 minute stuff, dangerous now. So if I see an SFP from the 0.5, which is basically these local lows. Okay, if price does that, I will attempt a trade. I'm going to put an alarm here below that low. Scalpy scalp trade. Okay. One, two. Just want to see something here. A, B, C, W. This could be an X. That could be an X. And then this could be an A, B, C, and a Y. So there's a chance. There's a chance in a WXY inside of the fourth wave. 3-wave structure in a W, connector wave in X, and an A, B, C inside of a Y. So yeah, interesting long. Let's see if it can hold and maintain. Okay. Just want to grab that magnet. Ka-ching. I will go through some comments in a moment, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, because I know there's ladies here as well, I will go through some comments. Okay. Super chat. Good day. Could we have just finished an all-time 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of BTC with a starting short-term big push up? But for the C, it is a bit scary. Thanks. Yeah, it does look like for the moment, it's a 3-wave structure. I'm not sure if you're talking about, thanks for the super chat, I appreciate it. But I'm not sure if you're talking, which structure you're referring to, because, can you guys see this? Yes. Okay, if I go to the 15-minute time frame, this structure for the moment is a 3-wave structure. This is a 3-wave structure. And as long as this high does not get claimed, okay, there's an increased probability to take that low. So this could be an A, B, C, but there's no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unless it does that, now I can say, okay, there's a chance that this is now a 5-wave structure. It retraces, it either continues or it builds a 5-wave structure to the downside, but I can still take advantage of the retracement. I'm not sure if this is the local structure that you are referring to, but I cannot count 5 waves in this structure with high probability. That's a 3-wave structure. It looks like a 3-wave structure. It smells like a 3-wave structure. It's high probability a 3-wave structure, just like the one that I've discussed in the previous live stream. Okay, alarm is about to go off. This one over here. Do you guys remember this one? 3-wave structure, increased probability to take the low. Okay, guys, I just want to check what is cooking here. Trade is getting ready. Okay, so I need price to sweep that 0.5. Basically, I want price to sweep these lows, because this could be an A, 3-wave B, and then this is now the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ka-ching! That's what I want to see. Sweep the lows, tap the 0.5, not claim the 0.618. To speculate on that 5th wave back to the upside. Okay, because if I can get this entry, I don't have to worry about entering over there. Or if price front runs the 0.5, I can play the break of trend on the, dare I say, 1 minute time frame, the break of trend. So what's it going to be? Okay, I know I'm stuffing around here on the smaller time frames, but I can already... Yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see the 0.5 getting swept. Trading is a game of patience. You know how often I've missed a trade because I'm waiting for a specific zone, my area of interest, and then price turns around before it gets there. And it's okay, I've made peace with that fact that sometimes I miss a trade because I'm waiting for my area of interest. But if I don't see what I like, I don't take the trade. Because not trading is also preserving my capital. Sorry for the wording of my super chat. Yeah, it was a little bit difficult to understand, but I think that's what you meant. Okay. This beats school lectures, I remember. Okay. If price turns around here, guys, I mean, then I'll wait for the breakout of the trend then. Okay. I mean, it looks like it wants to swing this low over here. Okay. There's high volume at the moment. Here to the downside. I know C waves can end on a high amount of volume, but it's more typical to see that in the 3rd wave. So you kind of, a higher probability is to see the 3rd wave with the highest amount of volume. And then you want to see another low on lower volume. Now that's usually great for me to see. So if it turns around here, from here, then I use a different strategy to get into the trade. Because the SFP for me, okay, is the nicest strategy because it has the best risk management. And if it doesn't get here and it does that and it starts breaking out, then I will play that breakout. Just a fun little trade. Remember, guys, I'm not a financial advisor. Okay, I'm sharing with you how I trade and approach the markets, but I want to enter a little fun trade for today, and which I like to do with every long live stream. At least one fun trade, whether it's a losing one or a winning one, doesn't matter for me. I am trading here on my fun account here on 2bit. Okay. Game of patience. Now the trade for me that's the most interesting is the short at the weekly. Now that's an interesting trade. This one is okay because guys, the reason, I will attempt this trade and it can definitely play out, but I know that it can even smack the invalidation and still move up. That's the problem with this trade. Okay, that price can smack the invalidation and still move up. So if I get the SFP, I can get stopped out and attempt the next level. Because I know that this can be an X. And then it goes up in a ABC and a Y. And it completes the corrective structure here to the upside. Okay, price is not getting there. For the moment, price is not getting there. Let's go through some comments. The entire historical chart of BTC. Oh, the entire historical chart. Good day. Could we have just finished an all-time 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of BTC with the A starting? You're talking about macro, like the weekly, monthly time frame. I have seen people talk about that scenario. Unfortunately, that is just one scenario of many scenarios that can happen on the macro time frame. And I know exactly which scenario you're talking about is basically where Bitcoin can go to $5,000. Just remember that's one scenario of many scenarios. And I know a lot of people actually watched a video on that or a podcast. I don't know where they got the information or from which medium they got the information from. But just remember, guys, you need to, a great technical analyst will always have a couple of scenarios, bullish and bearish, not just share one scenario and create fear or FOMO with one scenario and then it doesn't play out. I'm going to set an alarm here at the 0.5. So while I'm talking, I don't miss it. Man, that would be such a bummer if it doesn't claim the 0.5. And turns around from there. Ooh. People are shorting. Binance, why are you shorting? Does that mean I need to get very interested in this long? Binance, peeps. Okay, I can see that Bybit bros are longing and Binance is shorting like crazy at the moment. So I like it. More people need to short. Just short this damn structure so I can long. Oh, getting the bounce. It's most probably going to create some bearish. Ooh, high volume kicking in. They are protecting that low like crazy people. So what I'm going to do here. Wow, just front run my trading zone. Front run my trading zone, but it's hitting resistance here at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can see a 5-wave structure to the downside. Okay, I can see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can see a 5-wave structure to the downside. So there's a chance that this C wave is done. And now it's ka-ching, going to break out. Oh, it would be so nice just to tap the 0.5 so I can execute my swing failure strategy. Nice green volume kicking in here. Okay, just go and stop out those early longs. Yeah, go and stop out all the Bybit bros. Just go stop out Bybit. Make Binance a little bit happy so that I can long. That would be great. It's out of decompression on the chart, so I think, yeah, that's what I like to see. I did build Berry CVD with that little wick to the upside. By the way, for those of you that don't know, the color candles over here, okay, neon green, high volume. If it changes to neon pink, obviously it's purple to the downside, it's momentum to the downside, but you can see there's massive volume kicking in here with this last candle on the 5-minute time frame. For those of you that didn't know, the color candles over here, it basically shows you the volume in the candles, and you can see how it corresponds with the volume here at the bottom. Okay, so when you get neon green, it's high volume to the upside. When you get neon pink, high volume to the downside. In case you were wondering, now you know. Okay, remember this CVD tool is also available down in the description under trading tools. And when you sign up with one of my exchange partners, you hold $500 in your account, your trading fees goes towards paying for the subscription. So you can get your trading fees to work for you. Just trade like you usually do. Okay, I'm not encouraging anyone to go and trade more. No, just trade like you usually do and get your trading fees to work for you. It will unlock the community and the trading tools for you. Come on, Bitcoin, you can do it. You can do it. So you know what I could do, legends, just for this fun trade, okay? Because it feels like I'm going to be staring at this chart for very long. For the fun trade, what I could do is the following, okay? I could say, okay, I'm going to enter a trade right here. I'm targeting, okay, higher, the weekly level. And my stop loss goes at the 0.618. That's what I could do. Instead of just staring, I could say, okay, I'm going to trade it the easy way. I know exactly where my invalidation needs to go for this trade, okay, is the 0.618. I know that there's a chance that price can go and smack the 0.786 or the weekly level above, basically claiming this high. So you could say, okay, well, let's keep it conservative. That's the trading setup. You're basically looking to target the highs. Okay, it still makes the risk reward worth it. So I think that's what I'm going to do instead of just staring at this trade that might, oh, there we go. There we go. Finally. 63886. 63886. Okay, there we go. Finally. Sweep the damn low and push up. That's what I wanted to see. So I am in the trade, currently in profits at the moment. And if price breaks that trend, I will take profits to cover the fees. You guys know the deal, how I go, how I rock and roll. Okay, so now that I'm in the trade, now we'll just manage it. I'm putting my stop loss here at the 0.618, but what I could theoretically do is, oops, what are you doing over here? Guys, it's so difficult to trade on such a small real estate over here in the corner. Okay, I could say I could re-enter. Okay, if it sweeps the low again, I'm going to re-enter. I could do that as well. Okay, to have a little bit of a tighter stop loss. Because I don't really want price to get back there. So now my risk is tiny compared to the reward to the upside. And that is how I trade a swing failure pattern. For those of you that's been asking the question over and over and over again, that's how I trade a swing failure pattern. Price needs to pierce the level and start trading back above, which it is at the moment. They don't always play out, but this is how I manage my risk, and this is how I get the best entry. Okay, my entry is actually a little bit further down. What is my entry over there, by the way? 64023. 64023. So my entry is there. And that is how I trade swing failure patterns, for those of you that were wondering. If price moves up a little bit more, I'll cover my fees and then I will de-risk my position because it's quite a good entry. I like the nice green volume that's kicking in here, and let's see who is shorting and who is longing. Now that is the question. Okay, no one is longing at the moment. No one is longing. I like it. No one is longing. So I like to trade against sentiment, which means that no one is longing at the moment. So I like to long when no one is long. When retail is tired of longing, I will long. And there's no bearish CVD at the, well, wait. There's a little bit of bearish CVD on blue, but it's only one confirmation. That one played out. That one played out. 2 confirmations, but there's nothing yet. Okay. So let's see how this unfolds. Okay. Now I can grab my exchange and just go back to full screen mode. Let's do this. Ka-ching. Let's make this bigger again. There we go. Right. Let's do that. Ka-ching. Bring this back. You see now the beauty. Now I've demonstrated to everyone, you know what's the beauty about swing failure patterns? They're not easy, but look at this. Look at where my entry is. Now I don't have to worry about the breakout because now I would have had that entire stop loss. Okay, so that's the beauty about swing failure patterns is now that price is breaking the trend, I don't want price to get back below the trend. So what I could do is I could de-risk my position now a little bit. Okay, and guys, I'm going to take some profits just to cover my fees. I'm de-risking the position and I'm going to take a little bit of profits. Okay, I'm going to take 20%. Okay, now my fees are, it's a free trade. I've covered my stop loss as well. It's a free trade. So nothing better than a free trade. Okay. Profits are $20 and stop loss is $13. Then if I drag my TP to, I want to maximize this trade here to the upside. Okay, if I drag my TP here to 64.8, I'm going to drag it another $100 here to the upside just to maximize profits. Okay, so now $13, well, basically I will be stopped out with $2 profit if price reverses from here. If it continues up, a nice profitable trade for the day, and then I can add that to my trading journal. Okay, that would be great to add a little bit of a green trade today to my trading journal because the last trade was taken on the 14th of August. So I want to add a little bit of a green trade over here. The fun trade, maybe the fun trade for today is going to work out. So if price, you guys, we might get 2 trades today. Okay, if price continues up here, breaks the trend, then I'm looking for the short. So long, short. But that for me is the more interesting trade. Okay, so there is some nice green, you can see it's nice supported. The momentum, the breakout is supported with green volume here to the upside. Remember, this could extend a little bit higher. My position is now de-risked. Okay. It's a free trade. My job is done. That's usually when I tell the community my job is done. I've made it a free trade, so now I can relax. Because my work is to see how little can I lose when I'm wrong. And when I've managed my trade in terms of turning it into a free trade and now I just have a position running, I can breathe, my job is done, and now it's just about managing the trade. If I get stopped out, well, then the hard work starts again to look for another trade. Okay. I'm not sure if anyone else took this trade. Okay, I'm not sure if anyone else took this trade, but I like the SFP, the sweep of the lows. I was waiting, and then finally, just as I wanted to enter a little bit higher, swept the lows, and I could execute my swing failure strategy. Okay, it would be nice to form some bullish CVD now. Come on, give us some bullish CVD. There's no bearish CVD, thank goodness. No bearish CVD at the moment. Guys, remember, if you want access to this tool that shows you divergences, bullish and bearish divergence, it basically shows you what market makers and retail are doing. Now, I love to trade with the market makers. This is why I took the long as well. Okay. And it is the link down here in the description, trading tools. If you want to unlock all the features, because you'll get some sections for free. If you want to unlock all the features, you have to sign up. Okay, you can sign up with one of my exchange partners. Hold $500 in your account. And then your trading fees, as you would usually trade, your trading fees goes towards unlocking the tools and giving you access to the community. Or you can, if you want more details, you're not sure how everything works, just send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions with whatever question you have. Okay, I've got a team there, automation that runs there in the background that will help you out. Okay, so guys, let's see if this plays out. Okay, not stressing any, well, not that I was stressing, but I can relax now. It's a free trade. Okay. So let's see if price is going to give us that last push here to the upside. Okay. Maybe it's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That could be the end of C. That doesn't matter what this is. Where it ends, I'm looking for the short because it's either going to correct and continue. I can take advantage of that move, or it takes the low. So it's just about how I'm managing the trade. And also with this long here to the upside, okay, I don't have to close the entire position. I can leave a runner. What if it turns into a bullish structure? What if this thing just whoop, continues here to the upside and volume starts increasing? I don't know what's going to happen. I can only analyze based on current price action. So now you can see, for those of you that says, oh, no, okay, let me rephrase it. I have literally traded an Elliott wave scenario using a trading strategy, which is the swing failure strategy. So people that say that Elliott wave theory is BS, it's given me many successful trades. Because if I didn't know Elliott wave theory, I would not have taken this long. I would not have taken it. I would have waited for the point of control further down. This one. I would have only attempted a long if price got here. But because I know Elliott wave theory, I know that it can bounce there. I would have definitely looked for the short. Okay, so Elliott wave theory has given me an advantage. I also know exactly where the invalidation is for this trade. So if I didn't trade the SFP strategy, I could have said, like I said, just before the SFP happened, I could have said, okay, I'm going to enter a position here. I know exactly where to put my stop loss and I'm targeting the highs. And that is all to do because I know Elliott wave theory. Is it going to play out? I don't know, but now it's already a free trade. So if it plays out, I'm going to make money. If it doesn't play out, I'm going to lose nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think between myself and Andy, you will find education like this anywhere on YouTube. Okay, well, I like to, that's maybe something that I tell myself, but I have personally not seen people educate the way that myself and Andy educate, taking a trade live. Okay, I know one person that's really good at education from an Elliott wave perspective, but he doesn't trade live. He doesn't show people how he does it. He just teaches Elliott wave theory, for example. I'm not here to mention names or anything like that. But I think between myself and Andy, when we execute trades live, is you see how we do it, and that's how you learn. It's not about making money, guys. It's about showing you how we do it so that you can learn how to do it yourself. Let's go through some comments. I'm sharing money shots now. Another free trade. Thank you, Devil. Maria, you are an absolute legend. I know you are one of many great students inside of our community. Okay, took the trade. Thank you. Send the word access, Mr. A Trader. Yes, send the word access to me on Telegram. Here's the link, and I'll send you the instructions on how to join our community. Guys, and if it reverses here, it reverses, okay? It's a free trade, and I think, you know, that's where I spend my time, is making sure that I turn it into a free trade. I'm a newbie to trading. Can you show how to take profits during your trade and leave a runner? I don't know if I want to take more profits now, but I can show you, okay? If you are... I don't know if I'll be able. Okay, let me do this. If you are trading on 2bit, but most of the exchanges look exactly the same. Okay, if you can trade on 2bit, you can trade on Bluffin. If you can trade on Bluffin, you can trade on Weeks. They all have very similar interfaces. I know this is a little bit small. Let me make it bigger. Okay, so I'm now in this position, right? You can see if I zoom in here, my stop loss is $13. I have already taken, guys, it's a mini trade here on my 2bit account, okay? My, let me go here. My profits that I've already taken is almost $20. So it means my stop loss is covered, okay? I can even do that. I can protect my position, which means I'm losing nothing. Okay, not even the $13. So I'll be stopped out with $20 profit. So if I want to take a little bit of profits here to the upside, leaving the runner, what I do is I click on market. Should I make it bigger? Can you guys see this? Okay. You know, if I make it too big, it stuffs up the whole layout. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I click on market, and then it asks me, how much profit do you want to take from your position? Or how much of your position do you want to close? And it will show me, if I drag this, how much profits I'm going to take. Can you see that? Obviously 100% it will close my entire position. I'm out the trade. So if I say, for example, okay, I want to take 3%, which is $4, and I click on close, it will add the $4 to my existing profits that I've already taken, and it still leaves the rest of the trade to run to the upside. So guys, if my TP gets hit, this will be a $500 trade. Okay, I'm not going crazy over here. Okay, it's my fun account. So this for me now is a profitable trade. If I click on close all, it will close my entire position. So if you click on market, you can choose how much of your position you want to close. And it shows you how much profits you're going to take. Can you see? Okay, that's basically how it works. KGS Trading, you're a legend. Applause. I'm sure a lot of you, guys, the people in the community, they must probably eyeing that level as well. Okay, it's not just me. They must probably like, SFP from that low, I'm going to attempt to trade over there. Okay. Devil, you are the goat. Thank you, Devil. Right. Guys, it might not play out, okay? It might not play out. I'm just sharing with you how I typically trade a swing failure pattern. For me, it's not about making the money. It's showing you how I do it so you can learn from it. If it gets stopped out, it's a free trade. But I've also shown you how I make it a free trade. So I don't have to stress about it. Because I can tell you now, with price, okay, if you did not manage the position properly, and price is now doing what it's doing here, it's like, oh shit, is it coming down? Okay, is it coming down and going to stop me out? And if you, I don't know, because, you know, sometimes I've seen there's always three outcomes. Okay, some people make money with the same trade, some people lose money with the same trade, and some people break even. Always three outcomes with the same trade. But yeah, let's see if it continues here to the upside. Looks like it wants to continue. It's maybe just retesting the trend. But I cannot let a winning trade turn into a losing trade. So if I get stopped out, I will be stopped out with that $24, okay, free trade. So, and then, but if price continues to push up, here, then I'm interested in the short. So I don't know if that, yeah, that might even happen live here on the live stream. We'll see. Okay, can take that trend out. But from a corrective perspective, this could be an A, B, C in a W. This could be a X. This little structure is your X. And then you have an A, B, C in a Y. So there's a chance that this is the low for now. There's a chance. Okay, guys, I can only analyze based on current price action. If price does this, then I have to reanalyze the structure and say, okay, I have to wait. Let me see when it starts making sense for me again. And then the next trading opportunities will reveal itself. There was some bearish CVD pushing up. People are starting to long. But there's also bullish CVD on Binance. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see if this is going to play out. But I don't have to stress about this trade. I think that's the beauty about how I trade swing failure patterns, is that I don't have to now stress about this trade. If I get stopped out, I look for a next trade because it's a free trade. Okay, let's go through some comments. I took the trade. Devil, I'm using these little scalps to practice my SFP entries. I know you said something like that, Maria, where you said that you're very comfortable with a D-line strategy, but you're still practicing the swing failure. So, I mean, I always say, guys, if you're practicing swing failure patterns because you're not comfortable with them, use little capital and practice them, because you will only get good at swing failure patterns when you practice them. So well done, Maria. Well done. I mean, if you can master SFPs like you've mastered the D-line strategy, you will see what an edge it will give you in trading. Because the beauty about swing failure patterns, Maria, okay, for me at least, was when I mastered the D-line strategy, okay, I had these stop losses. I always had bigger stop losses, which means I had to go in with lower positions. Okay, but when I mastered swing failure patterns, I was like, man, I don't have to worry about getting the entry at the D-line anymore, because now I already have a free trade to the upside, so that when it gets here, I am already in profits, and I take some profits over here because it can reject. You don't know if it's going to break out. Okay, so that was the power of SFPs for me, is that, so that I don't have to worry about that. But if you haven't mastered this, you still have to trade like that and just lower position size like you're doing at the moment. So let's see if this is going to play out. Thank you, sir. The man. Rico, hi, Master Devil. Just woke up, took the trade. Took the trade. Position covered. Now it's a free trade. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Wow, what a legend. I love it when even in the community, guys, when I see people are like Devil style, free trade. Okay, because and Andy has spoken about this as well. Like, this is Devil style of trading. I love to turn every single trade into a free trade as quickly as I can, and then I leave the rest of the position to make me money. That's my style of trading. And the reason I've developed this style of trading, and I'm not saying it's wrong or right, but it's definitely kept me profitable, is because I know that the market is designed to take your money. So I thought to myself, well, what can I do to outsmart the market? And the only way that I can outsmart the market is because I don't know where it's going next. The only way that I can outsmart the market is to say that, well, when I execute a trade based on a trading strategy, how well can I manage that position so that I lose as little as possible when I'm wrong? And when that mindset clicked for me, like, just make your fucking trade a free trade. Every time you enter a trade, you try and make it a free trade, because the market, I almost had that mentality of, you are going to get stopped out. So what can I do so that I lose as little as possible? And with that mentality, my portfolio has obviously, over the years, it's not been easy, but it's profitable. How little can I lose? Because I do take losses, but you guys can see I keep my losses tiny and I keep my wins big. Okay, I keep my wins bigger than my losses. So I need to enter this one now. Today is the 18th. And I will obviously update this as the trade unfolds. And this was basically an SFP based on Elliott wave theory. But I used my SFP strategy, but it was basically, for me, it was an Elliott wave trade. Entry 64.023. Long. And for the moment, it's $23. I will update the profits when the trade plays out. And it's still running. And finally, some green. Volume is spiking seriously. Yeah, some serious volume. Institutions are here. Where are you located? Anytime you stream, I am waking up. Johnny, I'm from South Africa, so at the moment it's Central European time. But then in winter, in the Europe, when it's winter, then I'm, I can't remember, an hour after or hour before. But it's more or less Central European. At the moment, it's Central European time. So for now, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon here in South Africa. But I know in summertime, when it's winter here by us at the moment, in summertime, the daylight savings thing changes the time. South Africa, yes. There we go. Is the stop loss including the fees? Is the stop loss including the fees? Yes, because I've already covered the fees. Remember, guys, when you enter a trade, when I enter a trade, I can just use, I can actually use Bluffin as an example. When you enter a trade, okay, your realized P&L, when you enter the trade, will have a red minus figure. Can you guys see that? It will have a minus figure. Okay, when you enter a long or a short, the realized P&L will have a minus figure. That's the fee that you are paying to enter that trade. When I take profits and this turns green, it means I've covered the fee. It's the same yarn too, but at the moment I've covered the fee already. Okay, You can see position. Okay, that was in the minus. That was the fee. The fee was $18. Opening fee, closing fee. So 18 plus 5 is the fees, but I've already taken $47 to cover the fees, and I have 23 left. So it will show you that that is yours at the end of the. It doesn't matter how the calculations work in the background. What you see there is yours. If it's a minus, it's going to be taken away. If it's a green, that's yours. So if I close the trade now, I will have this in my account plus the profits that I have here at the moment. I hope I've explained it in a way that makes sense. Okay. How can I get this journal? There is a very exciting journal going live inside of this tool very soon. So, you know, guys, I've often spoken about, you get the heat map. This is everything that I use from a trading perspective. Everything that I use to day trade, to swing trade, to invest is here. It's all in here. Heat map, bubbles, calculators for risk management, breaking news if you want to stay up to date with all the breaking news, economic calendar, high impact news, CVD that I use from a day trading perspective, footprint chart that Andy loves to use as well, fear and greed. It's got the drawdown from all-time high. This is from an investment bear market, a bull market perspective. It's got everything, okay? And we are also going to include a journal in here. I told the community this morning. So there will be a journal that you can even integrate or link to your exchange, and it will pull the information for you. So you don't have to manually fill it out like I'm doing here at the moment. So it will automatically just pull the information. Okay. And then there will be more fields that you can complete. Because remember, guys, there's a lot of fields that's hidden over here that you guys don't see. Okay. We are going to psychology. For each trade, did you follow your rules? Did you check your checklist? Did you over leverage? Did you go into heavy? What mistakes did I make? Okay, if I get stopped out, will you take the trade again? Did you make a mistake? Like I have a lot of psychology questions that I ask myself. This what you see here is just to simplify for everyone, so that it's understandable. Okay, the most important information that you don't see here is the psychology behind every single trade, because that's what you need to analyze as well. Okay, every time, so sometimes you can, for example, figure out, just to give you an example, is every time I get stopped out, it's on a Monday, for example. Maybe I shouldn't trade on Mondays because my trading journal is showing me that on Mondays I only lose cash. And maybe it could be because I'm still waking up to the week. Maybe I have other commitments or meetings that I need to attend on Mondays, and it distracts me from the price action, whatever. But you can pick up trends from your trading journal is to say that, okay, generally on Mondays I lose trades, and maybe on Wednesdays and Fridays are my best trading days. I generally only win trades on those days. So your trading journal will then tell you, don't trade on Mondays. Trade on Wednesdays and Thursdays or Fridays. Okay, so you can extract information from your trading journal to make you a better trader. Also, from a psychology perspective, it keeps you honest. Okay, did you break any rules? Even with a winning trade, guys, if I have a winning trade, for example, and I broke rules, I'm very honest with myself. I will say, I should not have entered this trade because I broke 3 trading rules. Maybe I FOMO'd into a trade. I went in too heavy. I will say, yes, it was a win, but I will not do that again. Because you can learn from winning trades as well, because you got lucky. Okay, so there's a lot of questions here in the background that you don't see, but it will be included in the tool with all the fields that matters. So it's coming, guys, and there's another enhancement coming for CVD. I'm testing it at the moment. I'm testing out the enhancement where the CVD basically has an alert. Okay, it has an alert. So I can, for example, say, I want to know between that pivot and where current price action As soon as there's 2 confirmations for Berry CVD, I want to get a notification. Okay, the team has implemented that. I'm just busy testing it out at the moment. So far, it's working great. Okay, because then I don't have to stare at the chart the whole time. I can say, for example, when I'm looking for a short, okay, I want to be alerted as soon as there's bearish CVD. When I'm looking for a long, I want to be alerted as soon as there's bullish CVD, so that I don't have to stare at the damn chart the whole time. So that enhancement is also coming. Obviously, guys, there's still a lot more things coming. The team is constantly working on updating and enhancing this tool, and it can be found here under Trading Tools. There is a free version where you can use some of the features already to see how it works. But if you want to unlock everything that the tool has to offer, you need to sign up with one of my exchange partners, have $500 in your account, which is your money to trade with, and then as you trade, your trading fees goes towards paying for the subscription, and it unlocks the community for you. If you want more information, you can just send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you whatever you need to know. Okay. So now this is exactly what I mean, guys, ladies and gentlemen. This is now exactly what I mean. For the D-line strategy, this now will be your trading setup. Okay, you will wait for price to break out. So you can't enter yet. But just to give you an idea, that would now be, Maria, that will now be your setup. Is to say that, damn it. Okay, now that's the damn it. Risk to reward doesn't really make sense for this trade. Okay, but now I can take profits, which I'm going to do now. I'm going to take a little bit more profits. Okay, I've taken more profits from that trade because it's rejecting at the trend. Because now price could reject and fall down. Now, because of this SFP, I've already made money to the upside, and now I can decide, do I take profits, or if it breaks out, maybe I can even add to the position, but I need to add very smartly to the position to keep it protected. But yeah, I know, swing failure patterns takes practice. Because that is not a trade that I want to take from a risk to reward perspective. Okay, so this is now officially a nice little profitable trade for me. How much profits do I have now? $51. $51 profit. A nice profitable trade. I know it's tiny, guys. I know. Okay, for some people, $51 is a lot of money, but you know, for me, it's a tiny trade. But it's about the education. How do I do it? Right. If the trade plays out, then obviously it's going to make a lot more money to the upside, which will make it more worth it. Legends, I need to take a break. Otherwise, you're going to see water flowing out of my eyes. I took the trade. Now I'm just managing position. So I am going to take a short little break. I'll leave you with some music. And I'll put the comments here on that. And then I'll go through some more comments. Hey, Dewald, all orders have fees like SL, even if it profit have fee, TP have fee. All orders have fees like SL if profit have, I don't know why it sometimes do that, guys. Let me just try and fix this. Fee, TP have fee. Yes, everything on any exchange has fees, but it's a profitable trade. I've covered my fees already. Okay. What I like to do is after the trade is done, so let's say I've closed the trade, I like to go into the order history, and then I'll go and extract the P&L from there. And it's, like you said, it's usually a little bit less because it deducted a little bit more fees. So I will put the final amount from my order history once the trade is closed. Evening, Devil, welcome to the live stream, but welcome, Alex. Okay, is the D-line strategy one of your own ones? What does the D stand for? Dierwold. The D stands for my name, Dierwold. Guys, I don't know if it's my strategy. I have seen other traders use it as well, slightly different. They call it the breakout strategy. I call it the D-line strategy because it's a strategy that I learned to trade by myself using one line. That's it. And you build rules around that one line and you trade like a trader, and you trade that one line. So the D-line strategy is one of my own trading strategies. Okay, it's also shared inside of our Telegram community. Legends, I just need to take a quick break and then I'll be back.
One more block. One more block. One more step. One more day. Keep moving. One more block.
One more block.
One more step. One more day. One more block. One more block.
The noise will fade. The weak hands will shake.
But we keep building. Patient mind. Steady hands.
One more block.
One more block.
One more step.
One more day.
We keep building.
One more block. One more step. One more day.
We keep building.
The noise will fade. The weak hands will shake. But we keep building. Patient mind, steady hands.
Long-term vision.
One more block.
One more step.
One more day.
We keep building. One more block.
One more step.
One more day.
We keep building. The noise will fade. The weak hands will shake.
But we keep building.
Patient mind, steady hands.
Long-term vision.
One more block.
One more step.
One more day.
We keep building.
One more block.
One more block.
One more step.
One more day.
We keep building.
Let night glow from a silent screen. Heart beat loud in the in-between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I haven't met. I've been down where the doubt is loud. I've been lost in the digital crowd. But the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantees, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. between. World asleep but my mind won't rest. Standing right on tomorrow's edge. Numbers fall and the candles shake. Every risk is a step I take. No applause and no safety net. Just a promise I have.
I've been down with it loud. I've been lost in a digital crowd. But the signal cuts through the noise and it pulls me now. I'm standing on tomorrow's edge. I jump anyway. No guarantee, but I'm on my way. If I fall, I'll rise. That's the game I play. Tomorrow's edge.
All right, legends, I am back. Trade is still in play. What I will do is I do actually... Can I access it now? Let me see. After the live stream, what I will do... Can you guys hear me? After the live stream, what I will do is I will share this playlist.
Don't wait for tomorrow's light. The sky is glowing here.
In the community. The playlist is about 2 hours, roundabout 2 hours. I will share this playlist inside of the community. It's a really good playlist, this one. It's the latest one my brother put together. He basically took I asked him to put all the best songs together. So it's a nice little 2 hour long playlist. I will share this inside of the community. For those of you that want the song, okay, or the songs, right. Everyone's saying bottom will be October. They probably gonna front run everyone or delay it. I have a feeling, I could be wrong, ladies and whoops. Did I break my mic? Let's try this again. I have a feeling that the bull market, the bear market is going to continue a little bit longer. Not by a lot, but it's not going to be October. I think it's going to continue a little bit longer, but guys, I don't know, okay? It's just a hunch that I'm getting here from an Elliott wave scenario. Okay. Right, it looks like my mic's still working though. Hey, thanks. Pumping Puppy. Yes, the trade is playing out. The trade is playing out absolute amazing. Now I don't have to worry about the D-line breakout. Okay, because the D-line breakout from a risk to reward perspective doesn't make sense, but there's a high chance that it can play out. So sometimes you can ignore one of the rules, okay, from a risk to reward perspective, but you know there's a high probability for price to break out. So you're playing probabilities, which means you have to go in with less capital. So that's another way. If you didn't take the SFP, that's another way to get in, but it's too high now. I can't enter there because then I'm risking $50. Wait, I'm risking $100 to make $50. Now that's not trading. That's gambling. That's not trading. Okay, you want to catch it as low, or you wait for the retest, because maybe when price comes back for a retest, so let's say price does that, it comes back for a retest. Now that's a better entry, especially when it forms a little bull flag. Then you can play that breakout with a better stop loss. Now that is, oops, that is sexy. That is sexy. That's a better way to trade it. But it might not come back for the retest. I'm sorry, let me just redo this. That's basically the trade. Okay, my position is now protected. It's been protected for a while, so now I'm just waiting for the TP area to get hit. Just waiting for this trade to play out. So maybe there's a short opportunity looming. The short is approaching. Why would I take profits at a specific level if it's not a shorting opportunity? Okay. I'm just looking at the structure. I know, guys, this is 1 minute stuff. Okay, I'm just looking at the structure and I'm like, okay, this can be your 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5, but I want to see that choppiness before it hits this level. If it's just going to continue straight, it's going to be a difficult short because it might do that over there, 4 5 4 5, and then it rejects. Okay, so we'll see how this plays out. Okay, now we just wait for the trade to play out, but I'm definitely going to take a little bit more profit at this high. Definitely going to take a little bit more profit there because it's part of my rules for my strategies that I trade. When price hits, you know, significant pivots, I like to take a little bit of profits. Okay, why not? Okay, I like to pay myself. I don't know about you, but I love to pay myself. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit more profits. Because I've just learned, legends, I've just learned over the years that price can reverse on you and then you didn't take profits. 865, 865, 864, okay. And then, yeah. Ooh, nice volume. That's a nice typical third wave. Typical third wave volume over here, okay. You can see, you can only see it on the 1 minute time frame, but this is now a typical Elliott wave scenario over here. Okay, I can take this out the way. Is price pushes in a double 1 2 and then that typical third wave behavior, highest amount of volume. But now I want to see a repeat of this structure. I want to see a 3 4 5 4 5, so it could triple top. It could triple top, and that's why I'm saying this SFP could not be as easy as people think it's going to be, because it could do that, 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 and then it rejects. So, okay, could click it can do that, yeah. If price just does that and rejects, yeah, it's not going to be an easy short. Okay, but legends, I can say officially, okay, my major profit taking areas has been hit. This trade has played out. Okay, so I can give it a little tick here on my tick. I can include this as part of my history on my positions. Okay, so there's a nice little scalp trade that played out, but you can see in the bigger scheme of things, it's a tiny little trade. Okay, on the bigger scheme of things, look at that, guys. It's a tiny trade. Okay, it's a tiny trade on the bigger scheme of things. I'm looking for big trades. But sometimes you have to just trade what the market gives you. Oh, it's pushing nicely here to the upside. But what I want to see is it doing it on lower volume? Yeah, it is doing it on lower volume. Okay. You see, now I don't know if I want to short that SFP just as yet. There's still volume is most probably going to increase here, ladies and gentlemen, because there's still 32 minutes for this 1 hour candle to close. Still 32 minutes. Okay, but I do like the reaction. I'm going I just want to see how the 15-minute candle is going to close there. It's just on the 1 minute time frame, it looks like it needs to chop. It looks like it needs to chop a little bit more. It really looks like a double 1-2. Okay, 1-2, 1-2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. It looks like it needs to do that. So I'm not going to short this just as yet. I'm not feeling, guys, I know that this is a higher probability trade than the long that I've taken over here, but based on the structure that is formed here to the upside, I don't feel comfortable shorting this at the moment. I need a little bit more price action. I would rather jump late into the short than try and FOMO into it now, because I'm not seeing what I like at the moment. Where else can it reject? If it doesn't reject there, then I'll be looking at the 0.886. A little bit further up. That pivot. So if it doesn't reject here, I'm looking at the the 0.886. Let me just change that. There we go. 0.886. If it doesn't reject here. Value area high of this range. There's a high volume node there. I think it's going to struggle to get through here. I don't think, let's see how it unfolds, but I don't think it's going to get this team to get there just as yet. For those of you that did take the trade, congratulations. Trade has played out. Oh god, I'm out of the trade, by the way. My TP area got hit. I'm out of the trade. I forgot to leave a runner, but a successful trade. So now I can add the profits. How much did I make? So for this trade, I made $480. There we go. Winning trade for the day. Nice little scalp. Okay. I forgot to change my TP to a partial profit, and basically at the weekly level, I got TP'd out of my position. Come, it needs to start chopping. It needs to slow down. For me to consider a short, it needs to slow down. It needs to start chopping. It needs to, like it's doing now, I like to see that. Yeah. But I want that high to be claimed again. And maybe again. Okay, now this is what I like to see. I like to see the choppiness at the moment. This is what I like to see. But I want that high to be claimed again. And I'm very happy to miss a trade if I don't see what I like, or I will get in later. Maybe with a retracement. So to give an example, if price, because what I would like to see is this. I would like to see that. Okay, if price falls down here, I will get in at the retracement. So there's always another way to get into a trade. Remember to smash up that like button for those of you that's joined the stream just now. Okay, remember to smash up that like button if you haven't done so already. This is where I do pure technical analysis. Remember, I'm just sharing with you how I trade and approach the markets from an education and entertainment perspective. I do have a community together with Andy. We are 2 people here on this channel. When I'm not live, Andy goes live. Andy will be posting an update a little bit later tonight. And we do spend a lot of time inside of the community because we can't always be on YouTube, okay? And this would have typically been something that I would have highlighted inside of the community, the short not interested yet, update the community. I'm not sure what, I know Andy's spending his day inside of the community. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram. I'll send you the instructions on how to join. If you want access to all the tools that I use from a day trading perspective, okay, just send me the word access to Telegram. So this little trade played out nicely to perfection. Updated my trading journal. And there we go. Nice little winning trade for the win. Okay, that trade played out to Exie Perfectie, Mr. Cyril. Hierdie trade, Exie Perfectie. Okay. Guys, this is 1 minute stuff, okay? I don't really like to stuff around on the 1 minute time frame. If price is going to tap the 0.618 from this pivot, the 0.618, it's most probably going to go down lower. So I want to see the choppiness. I want to see this to the upside, okay, without claiming $64,537. So I want that high to be taken again for me to consider the short. This for me, I don't like it. To short. I don't like to short this. I want to see a 5-wave move up. And for the moment, this is a 3-wave structure up. I'm happy to miss the trade and get in at another way. If I'm not mistaken, this is also the trend. If I'm not mistaken, this is also the bigger trend that is forming here, where price is getting the rejection. That is where price is getting the rejection at the moment. So you've got diagonal resistance, you have horizontal resistance, price is trading below. Guys, it's definitely worth an attempt, okay? Remember, there's a lot of noise on the 1 minute time frame. So price it's trading. For me, this is already a valid swing failure. For the swing failure experts out there, you know that this is a valid SFB. You have the wick, price is trading below the weekly level. It's a valid attempt. I'm just being very finicky about what I'm seeing on the 1 minute time frame. I want that high to be smacked again. Maybe I'm just being too finicky and I might miss the trade. But that is, at the moment, that is a valid swing failure. And I do sometimes miss trades because I'm being too technical. I want to see a certain thing before I enter the trade. Okay, like the long that I took from the 0.5. I wanted the 0.5 to get smacked. And it did. SFP the low, smack the 0.5, enter the long. And then there's the lazy way of trading this, right? Or the relaxed, let me not say the lazy way, let me say the relaxed way. The relaxed way is, okay, you build a stop goes above the high. You're targeting the lows. That's another way to trade this. But it is definitely an interesting shorting zone. Volume is increasing, by the way, but for a 3-wave structure, it definitely can be that the C wave ends on high volume. I have seen that before, where the C wave ends on high volume. Being saying at 90k incoming sooner rather than later. 90k? 90k? Definitely, it's a possibility, but not now. I don't see that happening today or tomorrow or this week. I don't see that happening because the structure, you know, Bitcoin moves in waves, doesn't go up in straight lines and straight downs and straight lines up and down. It moves in waves. It's not going to get there in this week. Definitely not this week. If it does, then I'm going to make money from the long that I'm in at the moment because I am still positioned in this long. Okay, on my Bluffin account. This is why I'm leaving this hedge trade because I don't know which way it's going to go, but they are both being managed. So if it's going to go to 90k, which I doubt this week in a straight line, I'm going to make some nice money with a long year to the upside. Value area high 65 to 77. Oh, you're talking about the Alex, you're talking about the bigger value area high here on the larger time frames. You're talking about this one. Yeah. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. But what is interesting on but there's still a lot of time. Okay. This triangle could still be in play. The interesting thing that I want to highlight, you do have the value area high there as well. Very interesting. Thanks for pointing that out, Alex. It's also the value area high of this little mini range. You can see it's also the value area high over there. Okay, that mini range, it's also the value area high. But what is interesting about triangles, okay, when price forms triangles like this, it often has deep retracements. Look at what happened here. When you take a fib, let me just take this one out the way. When you take a fib from this low to the high, look at how deep it went. It went to the 0.886. And triangles love to do that. They like to do deep retracements. So I wouldn't be surprised, okay, now the same thing is going to happen most probably over here. Or if the same thing happens over here, it taps the value area high and the 0.886. It looks like it wants to claim the high. And it does exactly what it did over here. Okay, it forms a lower high and then it falls down. And I've seen price action loves to do that inside of triangles. Deep retracements. Is there guys, I mean, that's obviously the bullish case scenario is is there a way to count this as complete? Someone asked me that question in the chat. Okay, let me just clean up the kitchen over here. Is there a way to count this as complete over here and it's not a triangle? So throw the triangle out the way and structure is building an impulse to the upside. Yes, there is. It's basically an A. Let me just redo that. I do have it saved here somewhere, but it's basically an A, B, C in a ending diagonal. You have a C and an ending diagonal. You have your A, you have a B, and you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a C and an ending diagonal. So there is a way to count this as complete. Okay. And then prices build an impulsive structure, corrective structure to the downside. And now what you want to see is, I mean, that does count better as an impulse to the downside, but it can be corrective as well. But now what you want to see is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But guess what? Each 5-wave structure still needs to correct itself. So maybe that's where the opportunity lies if it wants to break out. If it continues in a straight line to the upside, then I have to come to the conclusion that it's building nested 1-2s. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, and maybe it does it higher up. But this is why I left that long, because I don't know what I'm going to get. But even in the triangle idea, this low needs to be protected. So whether this is the ABC, X, maybe that's your X, it forms an ABC to the upside for your Y wave. That's your W, X, Y, basically. Okay, so whether it's a triangle that's still continuing in the X wave or whether the X is done over here, that's why it was so important for me to leave that long alone, so I can benefit from the momentum to the upside. So is there a chance to count this as done over here? Yes, there is. Okay, price is getting the rejection from the weekly level. It is trading below the weekly level at the moment. Technically, based on the rules for my swing failure patterns, that is a valid SFP. I'm just being a little bit pedantic, guys. On the smaller time frames, it looks like it needs to chop that high again. Okay, I'm being a little bit over technical, I suppose. I want that high to get claimed again, because of what I'm seeing here. Because of this, I want that high to be claimed again. So I'm being very pedantic. I know. But if it does get claimed again, then I'll be interested in the short. And maybe it gets claimed again because I do see a double 1-2. So you want to see 1-2, 1-2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. So I would preferably like to see a triple top. So I know I'm being pedantic over here, but that's what I would like to see based on the smaller time frames for me to consider the short. So yes, it's definitely a valid SFP and it can fall down from here, guys. So what I'm going to do is I just want to check CVD before I do that. Let me just check CVD quick here. Yeah, you see it is so bullish. There's so many people shorting. Can you see Binance is shorting like crazy maniacs at the moment? Now, I don't want to short with retail. It's insanely bullish. Can it fall down? Yes, it's a valid SFP. I'm not going to take it, guys. I'm going to be pedantic about this one. I'm not going to take it. I would rather wait for a 5-wave move down. So for me to take the short, if it does successfully reject from here, I want to see a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I will short there. But I want to see the 5-wave to the downside. So I know I'm being pedantic about this trade, but I need to trade what I like to trade. And I'm allowed to be picky about my trades. Okay, it's my money. I just don't feel comfortable entering a short here with my stop above the high based on bullish CVD and also this local structure. And if it does fall, I want to see a 5-wave move down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it bounces here on the trend. People are entering like crazy people over here. Oh, it's a retest of the trend, not realizing that this is a 3-wave structure. Okay, and then I'm going to short there. I'm going to short somewhere there. So basically what I'm waiting for is confirmation. I don't like this SFP, so I'm going to wait for confirmation. What are your takes on the next 60 days? Just trade. Just trade the range. That is my take. Just trade the range. Will you add to your short from above? No. I'm very happy where it is positioned. It is a protected position. I have no business stuffing around with that trade. I'm very happy where it is. Okay, because it's exactly where it needs to be. If I'm going to add to that trade, I'm exposing that trade to risk again. So I'm not going to do that. Hi, Sir Devil. Hope everyone is well. When counting your Elliott waves, what time frame do you prefer to count your waves in? I would say if you're starting out with Elliott wave theory, the best time frames that I would recommend where you start is the 1 hour time frame. Start with a 1 hour, and if you can, even the 4 hour time frame. It just takes much longer to play out, but I would say a great time frame to start when you are new to Elliott wave theory is the 1 hour time frame. There's so much noise in the smaller time frames. Okay. Devil, do you see 0.5 level at 70k as possible target? Higher Fibonacci levels like that is always great targets, but the 0.3 has not even been, unless you're saying from all-time high. Did you say all-time high? Do you see 0 for possible target? Because the 0.5 that I like is from this high over here. So guys, I have a lot of levels here on my chart, okay? And all of these levels are trading opportunities. So to answer your question, yes, I will be very interested in the 0.5 because it is a higher time frame Fibonacci level. $70,000. It's a higher time frame Fibonacci level. My only problem that I don't like about the 0.5, although I can still trade it, is that there's no price action that shows me that price can slow down there. So it will most probably be a scalp trade like I did today. But you can see the 0.6 has price action, a consolidation area which provides resistance. There's not much happening there. Okay, and then I mean this zone, you can see that this zone is the best resistance zone. This entire zone here is the best resistance zone from a price action perspective. It's not much happening there. But then again, the 0.382 has not even been claimed. So do I need to talk about these levels if the first level has not even been hit? I remember when I was taking this short. Do you guys remember, for those of you that were in the live stream, when I took this short, when I took that short, I was waiting for that level. But I knew that there was a chance that it could be front run. It got front run. Okay, but obviously the fib is now from this low, so that one doesn't matter. Okay, I was waiting for that level for the SFB and got front run. So naturally, because this level has not been hit, if price goes there, I will still pay attention to that level because now there is nice little price action. It's also the range high. I just want to see if I still have that. There we go. That's the range high right over there. On the smaller time frames, you can see it a little bit better. So this consolidation area, that's what I refer to as the range high. When price formed this consolidation area, the highest point inside of that consolidation area is what I refer to as the range high. Usually, most often when price hits that level, okay, the range high, it gets a reaction and I can trade that reaction. I can make it a free trade like I did today with this trade that I took today. I can make it a free trade, and if I'm wrong and price pushes up, then okay, I'll get stopped out with profits. But that 0.382 and the range high is very close together. So I like it. I like this zone. If price gets there, before we even talk about $70,000, it's definitely still a zone that I'm paying attention to for a short. Definitely still a zone that I'm paying attention. I can't consider these levels if price is not even at my first area of interest. Range high 0.382, definitely an interesting zone for me to pay attention to before price gets here and here and here. Yes, it can go there, okay, but remember, price moves in waves. It moves in waves. So price could go up, but I can take advantage of those little shorts, okay? I'm not trying to catch the trade. Yes, that's part of the plan as well, because my day trade can turn into the trade. like the short over here that turned into a nice the trade to the downside. If you're trying to get what I'm trying to say is, but I'm just looking for day trading opportunities. I want to scratch my dollars from the market. So if price gets, let's say price forms a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it corrects and it continues. Okay, in a 5-wave structure to the upside. It can correct and continue, and I can take advantage of that. And I will still benefit from the long that I'm in at the moment. So this trade can also turn into the trade, because price can just push up and push up and push up, and then I'm just going to, TP myself out of the position. Yeah, I must say, it is getting a nice little reaction here from the weekly level. Oof. Here we go. Man. I did not take it because of what I saw on the local time frames. Where's my weekly level? There. I did not take this short, which was a valid SFP. Let me know in the comments, did anyone take this short? Because I know the SFP experts out there, they most probably got into this trade. I'm just being a little bit pedantic about this trade, because of what I'm seeing here on the local time frame. Yeah, if it's going to bounce, it has to bounce now. Because if price is going to come down, and tap the 0.618, there's a high chance that this structure is done. And it's going to start rejecting. Okay. But as long as it's here, remember guys, this trade, do you remember? Not so long ago. Do you remember this trade? It's basically the same principle that I'm applying. Okay, 0.5. Okay, that's where I took the long in this live stream. 0.5, price should not tap the 0.618 for price to take the high and go to the weekly. So I'm applying the same principle on the smaller time frames. If price does not claim the 0.618 and it can hold this zone, there's a chance to take that high again. So I know I have repeated myself with this, but I am being a little bit pedantic about this trade. And if price does tap the 0.618, I will find another way to get into this trade. Obviously, I will update the community if I do enter a fresh short over here. And if you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Because I can't always be on YouTube, so I spend most of my time inside of the community. Andy is inside of the community today. I'm not sure what Andy is up to here inside of the community. He is sharing a lot of updates, scenarios. It's definitely still a rejection zone. So, I know there's just Fibonacci's everywhere at the moment. Let's just clean up the kitchen. That's the one I wanted to keep. Take that one out. Okay. Yeah, I would love for that high to get claimed again. I know this is 1 minute stuff, guys, but call me crazy. I just like to trade what I want to trade. I would love to see that high get claimed again. And if it doesn't, then I'll find another way to get into this trade. because this is not a 5-wave structure to the upside. This is a 3-wave structure to the upside. If price rejects here, this is a 3-wave structure, not a 5-wave structure. I mean, what is that? You want to tell me that there's 4 5s in there? Doesn't make sense. It's a little bit of a mix here at the moment. You can see bearish CVD, bullish CVD played out, but there's more bullish CVD forming here as price is consolidating here. Oh, let me go through some comments. What are you guys up to? I take short. Okay, you guys got into the short. I mean, depending on where you entered, okay, it's just about trade management at the moment. Cover fees, make sure you cover your stop loss. That's just how I like to trade. I can only share with you how I like to trade. You might have a different way of doing this. Okay, I know Andy's way of doing it, for example, and he often speaks about it, is Andy will enter and he will give his stop loss a little bit of room, and then he'll target, whoops, just redo that, and then you would most probably target the lows over here, okay, if not lower. So how Andy likes to trade is, if price comes back up and comes back up, he stays in the trade. He gives his stop loss a little bit of room depending on how much he wants to risk for the trade. So it's a different way of trading a swing failure. But he does, you know, you will take the attempt over there, even if it looks like a 3-wave structure. I mean, if you don't go into the smaller time frames like I did, okay, it's a valid SFP. Let me go to the 15-minute because that is my preferred time frame. It looks like one move here to the upside, so definitely a valid SFP here on the higher time frame. What I don't like, 15, I want to see the 1 hour. 1 hour is still fine, but it still has, it's going to close now in 3, 2, 1, closed. Okay, so 1 hour closed below the weekly level. Okay, so just something that I want to point out is when I see 15-minute candles close above a weekly level, it usually goes and claims that high again, just based on probabilities. But then I usually jump to the 1 hour time frame, but now the 1 hour has closed below, so it can go either way. Anyways, guys, I'm just sharing with you my knowledge, how I trade. Okay, it's an insane amount of volume here, by the way. This is an insane amount of volume. Okay, can it get the rejection? Yes, it does look from a structure perspective, regardless of volume, it does look for the moment like a 5-wave structure to the upside. Okay, if I just clean up the kitchen over here, for the moment, this looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like a 5-wave move here to the upside. So there is still the chance for a 3-wave structure where price can take the low. That door is still open. So it is an interesting short. Yeah, maybe it's going to be one of those that I missed, but I will find another way to get into the short. I just need to see the move to the downside first. Bravo, legends! But by the way, guys, regardless of the short, that was a nice long. Okay, that was a nice little scalpy long here to the upside. Updated my trading journal, made a little bit of cash today. It's nice to see some green on my journal again and not red, where I ended off last week. Now I've got some green, making some of that loss back. That's great to see. I did tell everyone that I was very interested in the short, and then I jumped into the 1 minute time frame and I didn't feel it. But I mean, it's a valid SFP, guys. It's a valid SFP. Can't lie. I know it has an insane amount of volume, but it is rejecting from the weekly level, which is resistance. Devold, I did ask a question about 108k consolidation scenario and coiled up to all-time highs. Can you take a look at this? This structure looks similar. I'm not sure, limit breaker trade. I'm not sure what you mean. You're going to have to share with me a chart, and this is why I think it's great to be inside of the community. So you can share with me your chart and show me what you mean, because that to me is not really clear. Don't forget to hit the like button. Yes, Uncle Cyril. Yeah, the hammer is out. Mr. A Trader is deleting some messages over here. This hour needs a confirmation, then you have a gain. True? Right, yeah, definitely a rejection zone. Okay, I did highlight this as a short. It's definitely where price can reject. I'm just being pedantic about this trade. Guys, remember, I don't have to trade everything that I see. I don't have to. I can be selective, and I can trade the structure that makes sense to me. And if it doesn't make sense, I can skip the trade and wait for the next trade. I don't have to trade everything. The long was great here to the upside. I don't have to take the short until I see what I want to see. Then I can decide whether I want to enter that short. I just didn't see what I wanted to see, and that's why I didn't enter it. But I mean, it's a valid short. Devil, do you know how to change amount, percentage of position to show P&L in USDT on weeks, like in Bluffin? Ooh, I would have to sign in and go and check it out. Okay. If you are in the community, you can ask the question in the community as well. Someone will definitely help you out. There's a lot of people trading on weeks inside of our community. But I'm not signed in on my weeks account at the moment. Okay. What if we're in a flat, currently working the X of a larger WXY X start? Oh, I think this is guys, when you try and explain to me Elliott wave scenarios using text, you're gonna lose me. Okay, you need to give me I'm a picture person. You don't understand. I am a visual person. I really struggle to analyze this, okay, and put that into the chart. You need to, and this is why the community, they know. Okay, if they want to ask me a question, there needs to be a chart so I can see. Okay, I see what you mean. Right. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram, and I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Okay. You must make your own decision and press your own buttons. Cyril, yes, press your own buttons. Okay, don't press other people's buttons, because then they get upset. Uncle Cyril, great to see you here, man. I'll wait for the 4-5s. Yeah, Maria, I'm also waiting for the 4-5s. I might not get the 4-5s. Okay, it is a valid SFP, but I'm being very pedantic about this trade. Yeah, I'm also waiting for the 4-5s. And if the 4-5s don't come, I will wait for the 5-wave move to the downside and short the retracement. That's my plan. But I need confirmation. I'm basically waiting for confirmation for this rejection. If you do not have a solid plan, do not even place a trade. Exactly. You have to have your 3 Ws. Take profit, sir. BTC is going to dump back to the pump start. This is why the short is so interesting. Okay, I did take the long. Nice little long here to the upside. Let me ask this question, guys. Just out of curiosity. Where is my... Let me start a poll here quickly. Who took the long? And I'm going to start the poll here. I am specifically referring to this long. Who took this long? This one. Who took this long? Let me know in the comment. Let me know in the poll who took this long from the 0.5 that I took here to the upside. Let me know in the comments. Would you rather protect your position by taking profits to cover fees, SL, or adjust your SL to break even? Neo, it depends on where I entered. It depends on how good my entry is. So it really is trade dependent. So to give you an example, if let me use a fresh one over here. Let's say I played this long, okay, from the 0.5, that SFP from the 0.5. But let's say I entered over here because I was a little bit late, but I'm still targeting the same profit taking area. Okay. Now that is a chance, there's a chance because I entered late, okay, there's a chance that, so let's say I entered over here, price comes back, stops me out, and then leaves without me. So if I entered a little bit late, I will leave my stop loss where it needs to be because I don't want to get wicked out of the position and then price leaves without me. And then I will take profits to cover my stop loss, but I will not move my stop loss. When I get a great entry like I did over here, I can protect position because there's a high chance price is not going to get there because the entry was really great. Hope that makes sense. So it really depends on how I entered that trade. Is price going to reject? No, berry CVD. Let's see. So my plan with this short, yes guys, I could have entered the short. Yeah, that was my original plan, was to play the SFP from the weekly. Stop goes above the high and I'm targeting the low of the structure. Okay, that was my plan. I didn't take it because of the mess on the 1 minute time frame, but it's just me trading what I like to see. I don't mind missing a trade. So there's a chance for the rejection. So my plan is, if price turns around and takes the high again, I will consider the short. If it does it again, I will consider the short. I will have 2 attempts over here if it creates the triple top. If price falls down, I will short the retracement. So that's my plan for this trade. Okay, enough said. Now it's most probably going to claim that 0.618. Definitely a valid SFP. I mean, I've been saying this. It's a valid SFP. Definitely a valid SFP. I'm just being pedantic about this trade. Hello, ETH has 1 hour above triangle, sir. 1 hour above triangle. Go check out ETH. But can you guys see why I don't have to trade anything else? I don't have to trade Ethereum. I don't have to trade the S&P 500. I don't have to trade any altcoins because there's enough opportunities for me to trade just on Bitcoin. Okay, now this is now where the problem comes in. Now I have to do analysis over here to try and figure out where I can place a trade on Ethereum. So I'm making more work for myself. Okay. 1, 2. Also looks like ETH is in a little bit of a triangle situation over here. Okay, let's see if it's going to pop out. I must say this structure is incredibly messy here to the upside. Not a clean impulse. Yeah, what's concerning about ETH for me is this. That structure looks corrective. This one I could still say, okay, diagonal. Maybe there's a diagonal over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correction, you want to see continuation. But now this, what a mess. It still looks corrective. I don't see an impulse inside of that structure. Let's go to the 15 minute. Yeah, I mean, it could break out here. I just don't like the structure that is formed here to the upside. So, I mean, that's your trade, right? Is if you are speculating that this is a breakout and it fulfills your trading needs, you're targeting the high, stop needs to go below the low. And so there's two things why I will not take this trade. Whether it plays out or not, I don't care. Okay, but I have to respect my trading rules. First rule that's broken is that the risk to reward doesn't make sense. Second rule for me is that the structure doesn't look impulsive. It looks like a corrective structure. So when two rules gets broken, I'm very hesitant to open up a trade. So I'm not feeling the 1 year on ETH just as yet. Okay, I will find a structure that makes sense to me, and then I will enter that trade. Remember, guys, I don't have to trade everything that I see. Okay, and I know I keep on hammering on this. I don't have to trade every opportunity. I'm a day trader. Every single day, I will find a new opportunity to get into a trade. Whether that's a short, whether that's a long. Sometimes I miss a trade, and it, because based on my rules, the trade it got broken, and the trade still ends up playing out. But guess what? Then I'll look for a new trading opportunity. I like to trade what makes sense to me to trade. Like the long that I took an hour ago. That long for me made sense. So I took the long. And then the short also made sense at the weekly level. I did speak about it. Interesting short at the weekly level. Price is getting the rejection. And based on the 1 minute time frame, I didn't take it because I didn't see what I like to see. So I'm okay with missing a trade because I know I can get in. I can still get into another trade. It's okay. It really is okay for me. Because for me, this is not the trade. It's never the trade. It's just another trade. Okay, it's just another trade. It's just another trade. Like all of these trades were just trades. It's not the trade. It's just another trade. Right, yes, but I see what you are saying. It's breaking out of the triangle. But I mean, it's tried a couple of times already. So it's breaking out of the triangle. Can it do this? Yeah, it can do whatever it wants, okay? I don't like that structure. And the risk to reward doesn't make sense for me. So therefore, I can decide as a technical analyst or a technical trader, do I want to take this trade with high probability? Yes or no? I'm choosing not to take it. Even if it plays out, I don't care. I will find another way to get into it. If I had to day trade ETH, I'm not in the business of day trading Ethereum. There is a very interesting swing trade that I'm interested in on ETH. Very interesting swing trade. And price is not there yet. So there is a swing trade that I want to take on Ethereum, but price is not there yet. I want that low. I want that low to be claimed again. Then I'm going to be interested to open up a swing trade on Ethereum. If price continues here to the upside, then I'm happy to say that I missed it. Very, very, very happy, but I have to trade what makes sense to me. I'm very happy to miss that trade. Yeah, That's what I'm seeing here at the moment. Okay, for me, it's not about being right or wrong. For me, it's about executing with precision and managing your risk. That's what keeps me profitable. Come on, Bitcoin. You can do it. Go claim that high. It would be so nice to go and stop out the early shorts. Now that would be nice. Stop out the early shorts. Well, if you did into the short, maybe not so nice for you, okay? But nice for me, because I want to get into the short, but I'm just not seeing what I want to see. Right, let's go through some more comments. Remember to smash up that like button if you do enjoy the analysis, the education. A strong weekly resistance, 65k. Yes, that is the weekly level. Definitely a valid short. Okay, it's now about trade management. What is the target for the red? I'm not sure what the target for the red is. To short the retracement, I would need to break below 64. Yes. Yes, agreed. Mr. G78, I agree with you. For me, if price successfully rejects from here, it needs to tap the 0.618. And I mean, you can even play it a little bit safer. You could say, okay, I want that 0.618 to be claimed at 64,500. If 64, there's a high chance that if price rejects here and taps 64,500, maybe that retest of the trend, if price comes down and retest the trend, I want to be part of that retracement. But I also want to see how price gets there. I want to see a 5-wave move to the downside. So I'm going to be a little bit, I am being very picky about this trade. This one was easy. Very easy. Okay, you all saw me take this trade. That one for me was easy. Just executing a trade swing failure pattern based on the 4th wave with the 5th wave here to the upside. This short, however, I did say it's not going to be an easy short. So let's see how it plays out. Right, devil, don't worry. It will take the highs again. I hope so. I want to get into the short. I hope it does take the highs again. Range point of control now aligns with the golden pocket on the retracement from the pumpy candle that retests the break. Ooh. Let's go and see here on the 15-minute time frame. I think I know what you mean. Okay, I just want to take that out the way. Yes, remember guys, there's always another scenario. Okay, I'm still very interested in shorts. Yes, look at that. I see exactly what you mean, Maria. Okay, it's also the 0.886 when you take a fib from the high to that low. It's also the 0.886. It's the 0.618. So if price does sweep the highs again, no, that's a short that I'm interested in. But I have to also highlight that there is still a scenario where price pushes up, then rejects. It can still form a higher high and still take the lows. Because that, you know, for example, this can be a wave A. This is a B, C in a wave B. It goes down in a wave C. Definitely a possibility. And then the harmonic pattern that I've shared on the higher time frames is still valid. As long as price forms a lower high, even if it takes the highs, as long as price forms a lower high, that harmonic pattern is still valid. Okay, I did speak about that during the beginning of the live stream, where I've highlighted the harmonic pattern. Right, legends. Hi, Devil. Just switching live streams between Matt and you. Can you give a quick recap? Corwin? Well, the long was already taken. I'm interested in a short right now. Okay, at this, let me rephrase. I'm interested in a short in the zone based on what I've discussed 100 times already. Okay, so I'm not going to repeat that again. You could literally just rewind by 30 minutes and you'll see exactly what I mean. And so okay, I will update the community as price action unfolds over here. Remember, I will update the community, and if I jump into that short, I will let the community know. If you want to be part of the community, you can send me the word access to my Telegram. I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. If you want access to the tools that I use from a day trading perspective, same thing. CVD is so bullish, but there's a little bit of bearish CVD on the... So Bybit is shorting. Bybit is shorting. Binance, man, they are longing like crazy. Okay. And remember to smash up that like button if you haven't done so already. Legends, I have unfortunately run out of time. It's been more than 5 hours, just over 5 hours that I've been inside of this live stream. I know we're all having fun. Okay. I'm going to wait for those 4-5s. And if the 4-5s don't play out, I'm going to wait for the retracement. And then I'll update the community if I do enter that short. It is, like I said, a valid SFP. Definitely a valid SFP. Just about managing the trade, managing your risk. The long was great here to the upside. Now looking for the short. If the short does not happen, yeah, maybe SFP from the highs. Okay, there's still a lot of levels. Let me just switch on some levels. Daily levels. Weekly levels. Where's my weekly levels? Where did I put you? Okay, I moved things around. Yeah, oh, it's already switched on. Yeah, there's not much happening here. Okay, it's a little bit of an open space. Little bit of an open space. I mean, the rejection, it's going to reject. This is an important level for the rejection. Otherwise, you only have Fibonacci levels from the high to the low. Only have Fibonacci levels. Why do I have... Oh. Okay. Do that. That was the confusion. 618, 0.7, which is basically an SFP from this high. 0.786, consolidation area, point of control, most probably in that zone. 0.88, daily level. So there's still a lot of trading opportunities. That's basically what I'm trying to highlight. Still a lot of trading opportunities. Okay. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. Thank you so much for staying with me for just over 5 hours. I appreciate every single one of you. I hope you guys had fun. I hope you've learned something. Remember, I'm just sharing with you how I trade and approach the markets from an education and entertainment perspective. Did have a nice little long here to the upside. I am interested in the short, depending on what price gives me. And if I do get stopped out of this short, okay, I'll be looking for a new short. I will update the community where I'm going to enter that short. If I get stopped out of the long, I'll also do the same, because I can't always be on YouTube. You can send me the word access to my Telegram. I'll send you the instructions on how you can join. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. Have yourselves an amazing, what is today? Tuesday. And I will see the community members inside of the community. Until the next one, cheers for now.